If you go on, put the headphone quickly. The headphones. Yeah. That sound. Tsenya mo di headphone, putting the headphone. Camera ga ke na mama. Okay wa.
Honorable members, we will now observe a moment of silence, prayer, or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members, I have evoked Rule 47 to allow the Kgosi tsa rona and the speakers of municipalities to have access to the seat of the chamber for the duration of the sitting. Secretary, may you read the next order?
Order number 2, proceedings on bills, Northwest Appropriation Bill 2025, Departmental Budget votes. 2.1, Office of the Premier, vote 1. 2.2, Provincial Treasury, vote 7. 2.3, Northwest Provincial Legislature, vote 2. 2.4, Northwest Appropriation Bill, B02-2026, second and third reading.
Honorable members, I call on the Premier of the Northwest Province, Honorable Mokhosi, to present Office of the Premier Budget Speech, vote 1. Honorable Premier, you have 40 minutes.
Yeah. No, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Desbo Sibonda Sammasone Mohono, Honorable Deputy Speaker Colin Mokoni Maine, members of the Executive Council present here today, the Chief Whip of the House, Memutalupula Hosho, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committees, Mete Bohomudise, leaders of opposition parties, Fighter, but I'm happy that you are here today. I'm honored. Thank you very much. The Chairperson of Salga in the Northwest, Councillor Kumalo Molefe, executive mayors and mayors present here today, speakers of different municipalities present here today, and chief whips, chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Kgosi Taori Maotwe, le magosi otlhe a ntlo ya rona ya dikgosi, the Director General of the Northwest Province, provincial heads of departments, municipal managers, executive and senior managers of the public service. Ladies and gentlemen, Bagaitso Dumelang. Honorable Speaker, the tabling of this budget speech takes place when our communities are on tender hooks and gripped by fear ahead of the purported national shutdown about illegal immigration on the 30th of June. We respect the rights of our citizens to raise their concerns on any matter affecting them. We also want to caution our residents against any act of vigilantism or criminality targeted at illegal immigrants or foreign nationals. Addressing the nation on this matter 2 weeks ago, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa detailed a litany of measures aimed at addressing the scourge of illegal immigration. As a province, we have already activated the Provincial Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure to see to the full implementation of the President's marching orders. On Wednesday, the 18th Provincial Commissioner, Rhino Naidu, detailed a plan on how law and order will be maintained in this province on this day, before and after. We envisioned the 30th to be a normal day in our province, as our country is founded on the rule of law and constitutionalism. Honorable members, the year 2026 marks the 30th anniversary since the adoption of the country's constitution. This important milestone marks a significant moment on the journey traversed from many years of oppression and racial exclusion to a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous state. This breakthrough, which spans 3 decades, affords government an opportunity to deepen our democracy centered on strengthening nation building and social cohesion. This constitution stands as the cornerstone aimed at guaranteeing our people protection of their socio-economic rights and basic necessities required to lead a dignified life. This encapsulates adequate provision of housing, healthcare, education, water, safety, and security. As remarked by President Ramaphosa during the presidency budget vote, and I quote, "Our constitution reflects the desire of people for a government that is responsive, open, and accountable. The constitution reflects our people's desire for a democracy where all 3 spheres of government serve the public interest," unquote. In this regard, the rollout of services must speak to the objectives of our constitution and translate it into a meaningful realities of our people. Therefore, the office of the Premier has a unique role to play in coordinating and driving these objectives as encompassed in the medium-term development plan. This is because the Office of the Premier is the center for research and development, policy analysis, and planning. We will continue to place policy coherence as a priority area to ensure that policy statements of the departments as well as annual performance plans correlate with the socio-economic needs of our people. Honorable Speaker, the last 30 years of our province has made great progress in restoring the dignity of our people through provisioning of basic services as enshrined in the Constitution. We can unequivocally state that provision of water, electricity, and housing has surpassed 80% mark in many of our communities. Our resolve to continue on this trajectory has been bolstered by the implementation of the Accelerated Service Delivery Plan dubbed Tunzalero Reloaded, where departments are focusing their energies on expediting provision of services to our communities. Since the adoption of this initiative 4 years ago, we have been able to attend to several service delivery backlogs afflicting our communities and developmental agenda. This has culminated in the accelerated infrastructure development and maintenance in the form of roads, water provisioning and sanitation, schools and community health centers, among others. We have implemented strong accountability processes to ensure that there is value for money in the projects implemented by government. As a result, audit outcomes in provincial departments continue to demonstrate an upward trajectory. The number of audit findings and qualifications is reducing year on year, reflecting improved compliance and strengthened financial management practices. The promotion of ethical conduct across government has validated by the report of the Public Service Commission on financial disclosures of heads of departments as members of the Senior Management Service. During the period under review, the province managed to achieve the required 100% compliance rate. Over 300 senior management service members who were compelled to disclose their registrable interest in all government departments did so without any qualms. These efforts are a deterrent to malfeasance while upholding accountability and transparency within the public service. Honorable Speaker, we will continue to demonstrate the benefits of Section 154 of the Constitution to municipalities which are struggling with service delivery and challenges. Our municipalities will, with the help of the provincial government, are steadily stepping up their efforts to restore sound administrative principles centered on good governance practices through mandatory recovery plans. We have also undertaken a recalibrated approach to address challenges emanating from revenue management, cash flow, credit control, and funded budgets. This strategy, which is being implemented under the stewardship of the Provincial Treasury, seeks to strengthen coordination among all stakeholders to improve accountability. These efforts have stabilized municipalities such as Kosi Ramotsere Muilwa. The benefits are currently being witnessed through massive road infrastructure projects that have been undertaken by the municipality. Moreover, the city of Matlosane local municipality is no longer hogging news headlines for all the wrong reasons. There is a glimmer of administrative stability following the deployment of the provincial executive representative, whose mandate is to help rebuild a sustainable institution that is capable of delivering services to residents. Our efforts in stabilizing the Ditsobota local municipalities are yielding the desired results. And more recently, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwane visited the municipality to hand over a revised financial recovery plan, the FRP. This plan is aimed to tackle the municipality's 2.1 billion deficit, address a bloated payroll, and improve service delivery. We commit to unlock the full potential of this municipality as it boasts some of the highest yields for maize and cattle per hectare in the country, forming a strong backbone for agro-processing. Municipalities remain strategic hubs for the socio-economic development of our communities. Therefore, their developmental mandate impresses upon them to drive initiatives that are aimed at promoting economic growth. In giving impetus to these efforts, we will establish the Provincial Service Delivery War Room, which will be linked to the Provincial Call Center to attend to service delivery concerns and grievances that are going to be raised by our residents. Honorable Speaker, the successful launch of the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy in March this year puts emphasis on the creation of a developmental pact between various spheres of government and in particular municipalities. This strategy is aimed at reinvigorating key local sectors, which include agro-processing, mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, and tourism, as well as unlocking the province's immense economic potential. The full implementation of this strategy will be overseen by the Office of the Premier through the establishment of different working streams to identify a basket of catalytic projects to drive the economic growth. The Bojanala Platinum District Municipality is earmarked to drive the economy through mineral beneficiation, manufacturing, and tourism. This municipality recently held an economic symposium to formulate an economic consensus for the recovery and rebuilding of the district, to streamline their developmental objectives within the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, focusing on repositioning the municipality as a catalyst for job creation and investment. The resuscitation of economic activities in depressed mining towns in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district will be centered also around agro-processing hubs, freight industries, skills development, and education. The construction of the first phase of the Desmond Tutu School of Medicine is well underway, and once fully operational, the institution will have a multiplier effect in the economy of the Dr. KK district municipalities. In relation to Ngakamudiri Mulema and Dr. Ruth Sikhomotsi Mumpati district, our priorities will include agricultural expansion, rural development, and cross-border trade opportunities within the Southern African Development Communities, which is SADC. These efforts, Madam Speaker, are gaining traction by day. And just a month ago, President Ramaphosa handed over 6,000 hectares of land to the traditional communities of Barolo, Baharapulana, Bahapoi, and Sitiro in the Ratlo, Tswaing, and the Tsobota local municipalities. Close to 40 million rand has been set aside, Madam Speaker, to assist these communities with the commercialization of the land. These communities are equally strategically positioned to benefit from the Springbok Pan grain silos. Phase 1 of this project, which is electricity restoration, has been completed, handed over, and a closeout report has been submitted to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, while phase 2, which is mechanical works, is at 98% completion, and practical testing, commissioning, and handing over of the latter are already underway and scheduled to be finalized in due course. Furthermore, The department handed over 40 new vehicles to the veterinary services to bolster our efforts in the fight against the spread of the foot and mouth disease. This affirms government's commitment to rural and sustainable economic development, lawful management of land, responsible use of the grants, and the completion of outstanding restitution process to deliver lasting socio-economic impact. Of critical importance is to strengthen our food security initiatives targeted at poverty-stricken households and communities to mitigate the challenges of unemployment confronting the province. The implementation, Madam Speaker, of the PGDS will be supported by the turnaround strategy aimed at repositioning and restructuring state-owned enterprises to adequately meet the developmental objectives of our province. We have already received a report, Madam Speaker, by a panel of experts to review the business model of these entities, and consultation is underway to ensure their effectiveness. In addition, Honorable Speaker, the PGDS will be synergized with the accelerated service delivery plan to create conducive conditions that would attract investment in municipalities while supporting small, medium, and micro enterprises. This will enable businesses to thrive through adequate provisioning of basic services such as water, electricity, refuse removal, and road maintenance. Several mega infrastructure programs in the form of roads as well as human settlement are also planned for implementation to improve the investor environment, grow the economy, and create much needed jobs. We take this opportunity to appreciate the continuous support of the mining companies in this province as we roll out our road infrastructure program to assist this province to reignite the economy as well as to implement our provincial growth and development strategy. Last week, Honorable Speaker, the MEC responsible for public works and roads, Honorable MEC Mukua Elizabeth, introduced a contractor for the rehabilitation of 2 road projects at Maboloka in Madibeng local municipality during our Tunzalerole Reloaded program. She further visited the construction of a multi-million rand road project which serves as a corridor route between Northwest and Gauteng in the Hartbeespoort. Similarly, the MEC for Education in this province, MEC Viola Mutsumi, has been crisscrossing this province, handing over newly built schools to our communities and introducing contractors for the resumption of these new projects. These public assets are important in driving various developmental programs by connecting communities, facilitating trade, and providing essential access to services. And I can confirm, Madam Speaker, next week, I'm accompanying again Elizabeth MEC Mukua to go to Moses Kota local municipality to officially launch the construction of a 600 million rand road infrastructure project for the villages of Ward 1, Ward 2. As we promised, Kosi Maotwe during the 2026 State of the Province. As a province, we continue to enjoy a cordial working relationship with our Northwest House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders. Unquote. Our traditional leaders are shepherds, and they play an important role in protecting, guiding, and providing for our people. The Kgosi tsa rona di tsweletse go nna le seabe se se tona mo mananeong a puso a go direla baagi le go tlhabolola metseselegae ya rona. As a result, the provincial government has committed to assist royal families to find solutions on disputes that threaten the stability of our traditional leadership. In living up to this commitment, three Section 59 investigative committees under the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, TKLA, have been finalized for Bahurutsi ba ga Muilwa, Bahurutsi bo Manyane, and Bakwena ba Mohop. We can confirm that Kgosi Monnamere Muilwa has been officially recognized as a traditional leader of Bahurutsi ba ga Muilwa, as well as Kgosi Thebe Maselwane of Bakwena ba Matau. Mo kgweding e tlang ya Phukwi, re tla be re neelana semmuso ka pegelo ya dipatlisiso tsa bogosi ba Bahurutsi bo Manyane le Bakwena ba Umagopa. Honorable members, as we mark the 50th anniversary of the June 16 student uprising, we recommit ourselves to the empowerment of young people through various developmental initiatives. High on the agenda in this anniversary is the resuscitation of the province liberation route to pay homage to those who laid their lives for our freedom. We will be visiting our frontline states that assisted our country in the course of our liberation struggle. This will go a long way in solidifying our diplomatic relations in trade and political ties. These efforts afford us an opportunity to create business opportunities for both our veterans and youth in tourism, storytelling, and film making. This initiative will find expression in the 2026-2027 Military Veterans Program of Action that is aimed at strengthening support given to the military veterans by various departments. This will include building of new houses for the veterans, as well as rolling out capacity building programs that will enable them to venture into enterprise development initiatives such as farming and contractor development programs. Honorable Speaker, many of our young people remain jobless, with unemployment levels in this province hovering just above 50%. Lack of skills, training, and innovative programs continue to serve as a deterrent in creating sustainable livelihoods for our youth. It is a consequence of the aforementioned reasons that we have deemed it fit to identify youth unemployment as an apex priority of the 7th administration. Therefore, our efforts in changing the socio-economic circumstances of young people for the better must be executed with the necessary vigor, enthusiasm, and dynamism. We have subsequently implemented a range of strategic interventions aimed at improving youth employability, creating sustainable job opportunities, and supporting entrepreneurship initiatives. This intervention speaks to the objectives of the medium-term development plan centered on driving inclusive economic growth, job creation, reducing poverty, and tackling high cost of living. Through the Labor Activation Plan, LAP, that was implemented in partnership with the Department of Employment and Labor, we have exposed 24,000 young people to opportunities in artisanal entrepreneurship support and workplace placement in sectors such as agriculture, construction, engineering, and manufacturing. The provincial government is also implementing the Basic Education Employment Initiative, which provides temporary employment opportunities for over 6,000 young people in schools as education assistants and general school assistants from June until December annually. Furthermore, infrastructure-led programs involving the construction and maintenance of roads, schools, health facilities, and other public infrastructure projects are implemented throughout the financial year, creating both temporary and long-term employment opportunities for the youth. Additionally, interventions include the expansion of the expanded public works program, community works program, youth entrepreneurship, and SMME support initiatives. In addition, we have recently signed a memorandum of understanding with Construction SETA to train over 4,000 young people, women, and persons with disabilities on various artisanal skills. This follows our engagement with the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Minister Buti Manamel, who committed to give us support in the execution of these programs. This initiative is primarily aimed at contributing towards sustainable job creation efforts and inclusive economic growth across our province, while increasing the participation of the aforementioned stratum in skills development opportunities. Furthermore, 190 young people have benefited from the 30 million rand financial assistance through the Victor Sephora Bursary Fund. Additional funding was also allocated to 65 young people who just walked into the Premier's office and requested assistance to settle their outstanding tuition fees. Following this intervention, the provincial government, through the Office of the Premier, held a very successful engagement with beneficiaries to recognize their hard work and explore possible placement opportunities in the public service. Honorable members, I'm grateful to announce that in April this year, 9 students were also sent to China to pursue a 4-year degree in artificial intelligence, new energy electrical engineering, as well as applied mathematics. This was done through the ETDP SETA Bursary Fund. Service SETA also responded to the request of the Office of the Premier by offering 50 young people bursaries to the tune of 100,000 to each to further their studies at various institutions of higher learning. This includes over 150 learners who also benefited from a 9 million rand Mary SETA Bursary Fund coordinated by the Office of the Premier. The functionality and marketing of youth advocacy programs, as well as provincial government youth portal, will be strengthened for easier dissemination of information on youth development opportunities. Honorable Speaker, the role of our women in our developmental treasury cannot be overemphasized. Women remain the backbone of our community-driven economy through micro-enterprises that reduces poverty and sustainable local livelihoods. We have equally identified the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to prioritize female farmers through structural conditional grants, livestock subsidies, and community food security projects. Similarly, the Department of Economic Development, Environment, Conservation, and Tourism continues to implement various developmental programs ranging from vocational training, SMME support, digital upscaling, and seed capital targeted at women. Under the Vukupile Contractor Development Program, women-led enterprises have been put through various incubation initiatives to nurture them to grow into fully established business entities. We remain relentless on our endeavors to allocate 40% of government public procurement on women enterprises. As a result, over 5 billion rand of the provincial procurement spend has benefited women enterprises in the last financial year. Through the implementation of the medium-term development plan, we will put women empowerment initiatives at the center of our planning. This will include expanding employment linked to social protection, targeting women, and placing women at the forefront of economic planning, procurement, and budgeting. National Treasury has empowered the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide as a separate sub-program with ring-fenced funds starting from the 1st of April 2026. The Office of the Premier will consult the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability to understand the process of establishing the Provincial Council on Gender Violence and Femicide for coordination and providing leadership and oversight to the National Strategic Plan on GBVF. For the 26-27 financial budget, inputs for children's rights, emphasis safeguarding
Honorable
human
Premier.
capital by protecting...
Honorable Premier,
Ma,
I want to make you aware you've got only 10 minutes to finish.
okay. For the 26-27 financial year budget, inputs for children's rights, emphasis safeguarding human capital by protecting social sector, spending against inflation and the rising cost of living. The Office of the Premier is monitoring and identified key focus areas aimed at promoting and protecting the rights of children. The Early Childhood Development function was officially transferred from the Department of Social Development to the Department of Education, 1st April 2022. Many of our ECD centers, particularly in low-income and rural areas, operate without registration, and the registration regulations has made it difficult for our people in the rural areas to qualify for subsidies. We will be advocating for additional funding to be allocated over the next 3 years to expand quality infrastructure, registration programs for improvement of our ECD centers in the low-income areas and our rural areas. We will continue to promote the participation of children in institutionalized child center budgeting through initiatives like the Children's Rights Ambassadors Program. The child ambassadors are focused on educating children and adults about the rights of children. This program is a key component of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. Provincial and national parliaments will allow these children to engage with members of parliament in various committees, ensuring children's perspectives as are included in the planning and budgeting. The older persons and persons with disability, Honorable Speaker, are in the main unable to access affirmative action opportunities in the public service. These groups remain a priority of government and for social protection framework, ensuring income security and access to essential services of government. Government is, however, not doing very well in terms of attracting business owned by older persons and persons with disability through procurement of goods and services. We'll be embarking on a campaign trail that is aimed at encouraging suppliers from this sector to register on our provincial database. We have successfully administered the first lenacapavir HIV prevention injection, marking a significant milestone in the province's ongoing efforts to strengthen HIV prevention and reduce new infections. The budget input, Honorable Speaker, for the Provincial Council on AIDS is aligned with the aforementioned milestone. The PCA Secretariat will play a central role in coordination in terms of strengthening the multi-sectoral response to HIV and TB and STIs. The proposed budget allocation will support effective coordination, monitoring, and implementation. Integrated programs aimed at achieving epidemic control and improve community level outcomes. The 2,250,000 allocated budget on goods and services will be utilized to strengthen coordination, governance, accountability within the provincial HIV, TB, and STI response. The budget will also support the functionality of the AIDS councils in our districts and so forth. Emphasis will be placed on data-driven decision-making and improving performance against our 95-95-95. Honorable Speaker, as part of commitment during the state of the province, the Office of the Premier undertook to modernize government, strengthen services, and build a capable, digitally enabled state. Today, we can report that we have moved from beyond planning and strategy to the implementation of a coordinated province-wide digital transformation program. On the 1st of April 2026, we will successfully launch the SmartGov digital government platform, which forms the administrative backbone of the provincial government. The platform replaces fragmented manual process with a single integrated digital system that enables real-time tracking of approvals, procurement, invoice management, and contract oversight. This marks a fundamental shift in how government operates, introducing transparency, accountability, and efficiency at a scale. 2026-2027 financial marks a decisive shift on the implementation and adoption and consolidation, and all departments are now required to fully transit from manual to digital system. The use of SmartGov is no longer optional. It will be a standard for how government will operate, and compliance will be actively monitored from the financial year onwards. We are now moving into the rollout of the province's own broadband infrastructure over the MTDF. This will connect government institutions, improve network reliability, reduce long-term costs, and lay the foundation for smart cities, smart villages, and inclusive digital services. In parallel, the province is investing in cloud migration, cybersecurity modernization, digital platforms, and the replacement of outdated devices to ensure that government operates on a secure, stable, and modern ICT environment. We'll also begin integrating data analytics and artificial intelligence to enable proactive, data-driven governance and improve decision-making across the state. These investments are not optional. They are essential for improving service delivery, strengthening governance, and enabling long-term socio-economic impact. We are laying the foundation for a digitally transformed Northwest Province, a government that is efficient, transparent, and responsive to the needs of the people. This administration remains firmly committed to providing support, Madam Speaker, to the local community-driven media. The commitment was made recently through the Government Communication and Information System team led by the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Kenny Morolo. Among the key provisioning of this policy is the allocation of 30% of government advertising expenditure to community and small commercial media outlets, a directive that we must collectively strive to implement and uphold. We therefore continue to call all provincial departments, state-owned entities, and municipalities to honor this policy directive as the sustainability and growth of our many community media platforms, most of which are led by young people, depend significantly on government support and access to information. I'm pleased, Honorable Speaker, to report to this August House that in the last financial year, the province spent 9.6 million on community media, with provincial departments accounting for the largest share of this expenditure. We further encourage district and local municipalities to do likewise. The Office of the Premier proudly presents a high-level overview of its financial performance for 25-26. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, the office continued to register an unqualified audit opinion for the 6th consecutive year since 2019-2020. Continuous implementation of ameliorative strategies has addressed the shortcomings which prevented the office from obtaining a clean audit in the previous years. Unaudited expenditure for the office 25-26 amounted to 586 million, which was about 97% of its adjusted budget of 602 for the financial year 25-26. The office incurred nor unauthorized expenditure in the 25-26 financial year, exemplifying existence of prudent controls over the budget execution. The Internal Control Unit continues to provide consistent oversight and ensures good governance and compliance to prescribed regulation and policies. The Office of the Premier is allocated 633,669,000 for 26-27 financial year to drive the legislative mandate by giving support through coordination and oversight on government departments and institutions within the province. Major cost item drivers are the Victor Sephora at 33 million, our ICT transformation at 85 million, our SmartGov at 50 million, Microsoft license at 34 million, and the early retirement and exit program at 6 million. As I conclude, let me send my heartfelt gratitude to the Portfolio Committee, and in particular to the Chair, for the continuous support and guidance. My gratitude also goes to the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, members of the Legislature, business, labor, civil society organization, leaders of faith-based organization, and the Provincial House of Traditional and House and the Khoisan leaders. Honorable Speaker, allow me to also thank the Director General and the senior management in the Office of the Premier for commitment, resilience, and fortitude. My special gratitude is also reserved to my wife, my children, my political home, the African National Congress, alliance partners, and the entire mass democratic movement. And as the longest-serving president, Oliver Reginald Tambo, once said, and I quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won. Until our country is free and happy and peaceful as part of the community of men, we cannot rest." Honorable Speaker, for the successful implementation of the annual performance plan table in this August House, I request for the appropriation to vote 1, Office of the Premier, as outlined hereunder. For Program 1, it's 133,881,000 rand. Program 2, 375,793,000 rand. Program 3, 123,995,000 rand. In total, Honorable Speaker, is 633,669,000 rand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. I will now call the chairperson for the Portfolio Committee on Finance, on Premier and Finance, Honorable Oliphants. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, Khosi Tarimautwe, the Chairperson of the Northwest House of Traditional Leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Madam Speaker, it's important at this point and at the outset for me to indicate, as I present the committee report, that all members of the committee have agreed with the annual performance plan and the related budget for the Office of the Premier. This is with the absence of our sister, Honorable Primrose Bukhatsu, whilst there was no alternate member who attended on her behalf. The Office of the Premier has fully undertaken the requirements of consultation and implemented the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee that exercises oversight on the office of the Premier. It has therefore gone through all the processes of the drafts of the reports, the APP of the office of the Premier, and we have noted the improved performance of the office of the Premier. The committee deliberated on a number of issues and resolved on a number. Honourable Speaker, in particular, we raised the concern with the office of the Premier that the baseline in respect of the Provincial Legislature should be attended to, and we have also dealt with that with the Honourable, the MEC for the Treasury. We also inquired and dealt with the ICT challenges, but also sought to deal with the challenges in respect of the ICT and the digitization strategy and the related protocols. And the committee will continue engaging the Office of the Premier in that respect. In respect of the growth and the development strategy of the province, we welcome that because we noted the approval thereof. We sought clarity, and we will engage with that as we proceed. We also indicated that we want measurable indicators in respect of the implementation of that strategy so that we can actually see how it is implemented or the effects of the implementation of the growth and development strategy. The recommendations in respect of the APP is that the Office of the Premier should submit within 30 days the following reports after the approval of this August House. 1, the Office of the Premier should submit an action plan on how they're addressing ICT issues and the related digitization strategy. A detailed implementation plan outlining key milestones, timelines, and expected outcomes of the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy. 3, quarterly progress report on the implementation of the strategy, highlighting contributions of the strategy in reducing unemployment in the province. A consolidated comprehensive implementation plan for the integrated monitoring and evaluation system for infrastructure projects. A plan that the Office of the Premier should provide a plan detailing capacity building initiatives for officials responsible for the implementation and the management of the integrated monitoring and evaluation systems for infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, the committee is satisfied with the submissions in respect of the APP, and again, we fully support the APP and the related budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oliphant. I will now call on Honorable Butwe, your 10 minutes. You're welcome.
Ke a leboga, Honorable Speaker, Leadership Collective of the Economic Freedom Fighters, dikgosi tsa rona tsa mo bokone bophirima baungwa ba mmu bao ba eteletseng pele ke kgosi Thari Maotwe, ke re dumelang. Guests and people of the Northwest Province, bagaetsho, ke a le dumedisa. Honorable Speaker, when the people of the Northwest welcomed the Premier into office, they had hope. They believed that he will bring discipline into government, that he will hold his executive accountable, that he will intervene where departments and municipalities are failing, and that he will use the office of the Premier as the center of planning, oversight, and consequence management. They believed that under his watch, the provincial government will finally begin to confront the crisis of water shortage, collapsing roads, youth unemployment, weak governance, and daily humiliation of communities who have been abandoned by the state. But today, after another financial year, we must tell the truth. The Premier has failed to live up to the hope. The people believed he will combat service delivery failure and he will hold MEC accountable, but the truth is that he has become part of the failure. Honorable Speaker, The budget before us is increased from 519.6 million in 2025-2026 to 633.7 million in 2026-2027, an increase of 114.2 million. But what exactly are the people of the Northwest Province going to benefit from this increase? Are the residents of Dr. Segomotso Mompati going to get clean and reliable water? The answer is no, because of the Premier of the Northwest keeps producing plans, indicators, and presentations, but does not produce the political leadership and the oversight that this province deliberately needs. Honorable Speaker, the APP itself exposed this problem. Program 1, 133.9 million, up from 129.1 million. This program exists to provide the executive strategy.
Honorable Botswe, take
Thank
your
you.
seat. Honorable Mwema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 68. I rise in terms of Rule 68, which protects the member from being held by this ANC choir. There's a choir that side. Can you protect that the member from that choir on the left side, please?
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, Honorable Tolo. Honorable members, please don't drown a speaker on the podium. The people of this province and the guests want to hear what the people of this house are saying. Please, with due respect, don't drown a speaker. That's the only thing I'm pleading from you. Don't drown a speaker. Honorable... Honorable Oliphant.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think we need to get clarity on the difference between howling and heckling. The rules do allow for heckling.
Yes, but don't drown a speaker.
And I want to get their speaker.
Yes.
The drowning would be when we don't allow him to be able to speak. We've not done that.
So, Speaker.
Honorable Oliphant, sit down.
No, Speaker.
Oliphant, sit down.
Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Botswe. Honorable
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mwema, sit down. No, you are finishing the time of Honorable Botswe. Whatever you are doing, you are chowing on the time of Honorable Botswe. Can you allow Honorable Botswe to speak? Honorable Botswe, honorable members, honorable members, please. Honorable Botswe.
No, thank you very much. You know, Honorable Speaker, they thought that I'll never come back from hospital. That is why they are so surprised. I'm here. I'm back.
He didn't even know.
Yeah, they thought that I will die in hospital, and no, never. It will never happen, Baba. Why do we still have a provincial administration where department failed to service our people? Municipalities collapse and the service delivery crisis deepens. Administration in the office of the Premier cannot simply mean managing meetings, reports, and ceremonies. It must support Premier who is visibly in charge of the government. Right now, the Northwest does not have that. Honorable Speaker, the most glaring issues in the budget is the program 2, which rise from 273.8 million to 375.8 million, a staggering 102 million increase. This is the single budget increase in the budget of the Office of the Premier, and it should have been the place where this House sees a serious, measurable plan to build a capable state. Instead, what do we find? We find uncertainty around ICT government and weak clarity on implementation. The committee even demanded action plan on ICT. That is a serious indictment. How can a program receive such a dramatic increase when the office still cannot confidently demonstrate that it has resolved fundamental governance and ICT weaknesses? Honorable Speaker, this is not a sign of government that is already driving modernization. It is a sign of a government that is still trying to recover from a basic dysfunction in 2026 after a year of administrative instability in the province. The Premier should not still be coming to this house to say he will develop a recovery plan. He should be reporting measurable progress in fixing systems, improving, coordinating, and using technology to strengthen service delivery oversight. The budget grows, but the institutional confidence does not. The same problems appear in Program 2. That receive 124 million, up from 116.7 million. This program is very heart of the Office of the Premier. It's supposed to coordinate policy monitoring, performance, evaluate departmental implementation, and intervene where there is a service delivery collapse. If the program was effective, communities will feel the hands of the Premier when the government fails them. If this program was effective, municipalities will know that collapse will met with a serious intervention, not silence. But this is not what the people of the Northwest Province see. Instead, what the people see is a province in which South African Human Rights Commission has to release an investigation report in the late 2025 highlighting a seismic failure in municipality service delivery across the Northwest Province, including failure in water, sanitation, waste removal, and road maintenance. The report was not about isolated municipalities. It was about a broader collapse in the state of ability to deliver basic services to the people of the Northwest Province. It confirms what the community have been saying for years. That is the Northwest. The government has become comfortable with the normalizations of dysfunctions. The failure cannot be separated from the Office of the Premier, because the Office of the Premier is supposed to be the center of monitoring and intervention. If the municipality collapses across the province and the Premier office cannot stop the collapsing, then the Premier has failed. And it's in its constitutional and political mandate. The Premier must understand what it means when members of his own executive do not take him serious. It means they do not believe that there are consequences for a failure. It means that they do not believe that he is in charge. It means that even inside the government, there is a growing perception that the Premier is not exercising his political leadership over his administration. The APP is a full of technical language, but the people do not experience technical language. They experience dry taps, broken roads, youth unemployment, dysfunctional municipalities, and the Premier who appears absent when decisive leadership is required. That is why the EFF does not only reject, we also offer solutions to the Premier. Firstly, the Premier must drive youth jobs and internships, bursaries, artisans development, TVET and university access, so that the young people are not left outside the economy and outside the higher education. Honorable Speaker, the Premier must start imposing real consequences management across the executive and the provincial administration. Missed the target repeat audit fundings, failure to spend on a critical service, and non-performance in municipalities must carry visible consequences. Lastly, the province growth and development strategy must stop being a document and become a practical program of local industrializations, townships and village economy development, and labor-intensive
As you
public
wrap
works.
up, Comrade Honorable Botwe.
The Premier must have seen this move before. This comes before you also stood in this house presenting the ambitious plans and promoting the better future. They too spoke about accountability, service delivery, and renewal. Yet before you could even fulfill those promises, these are removed by the same organization that had deployed them. The Premier, you are next in the line. Your own comrades are already comparing against you. This is a real possibility that you may not even be the Premier presiding over this implementation of this budget you are presenting today. The sign is already here. Members of the executive openly undermine your authority when you took a decision regarding the Superintendent General in the Department of Education. MEC openly defied you. Why? Because she does not regard you as someone she is accountable to. That is not mere a failure of discipline. It is an evidence that authority within your government has collapsed. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, the people of the Northwest Province should not be deceived into believing that changing one premier will resolve this crisis. The crisis is the ANC itself. It is the ANC that deployed these premiers. It is an ANC that has governed this province into a decline. It is the ANC that fails to deliver quality of governance that our people deserve. If the people of the Northwest Province truly want accountable government, reliable service delivery, and a province that works again, then they must not vote for the ANC. They must vote them out. That is why we must ask the question, Nebalikai kolene? Banebalikai. For all those reasons, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejected 2026-27 annual performance plan budget. Vote for EF for the office of the Premier. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will now call Honorable Wallon. You have 8 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, the Office of the Premier is unlike every other department in this province. It does not build roads. It does not operate hospitals. It does not teach our children. Its constitutional responsibility is even greater. It must ensure that every department performs, that government works as one, and that public resources are translated into better lives for the people of the Northwest. When departments fail, the Office of the Premier cannot simply point fingers. It exists to provide leadership, coordination, oversight, and accountability. The DA therefore asks one simple question. Does this annual performance plan transform government performance or merely manage government? Honourable Speaker, there is no shortage of plans in this province, no shortage of strategies, and certainly no shortage of meetings. What there is a shortage of implementation. After studying this APP, one pattern becomes impossible to ignore. Government has become exceptionally good at measuring whether it is monitoring something or assessing something or coordinating something, but remarkably poor at measuring whether anything actually improved. Monitoring reports and consultations are legitimate admin functions, but they are not the purpose of government. Residents judge government by whether water comes out of the tap, ambulances arrive, roads are maintained, municipalities function, businesses invest, and young people find jobs. That is the standard against which this budget should be judged. Honourable Speaker, this APP measures activity far better than impact. We are told how many departments will be monitored, assessments conducted, and programs coordinated. But where are the measurable commitments showing departments will actually improve? How many departments will move from qualified audits to clean audits? How many municipalities will improve their finances? How many infrastructure projects will be rescued? How many audit findings will disappear? Those are the outcomes that matter. Monitoring without measurable improvement becomes another administrative exercise funded by taxpayers. Government has become trapped in measuring oversight instead of measuring delivery. The people of this province cannot live inside monitoring reports. They live with the consequences of government failure every day. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is equally concerned about the absence of meaningful consequence management. Every year, departments repeat the same audit findings. Every year, irregular expenditure returns. Every year, projects fall behind schedule, yet very few officials are held personally accountable. We welcome the indicator monitoring material irregularities, but monitoring is not accountability. Where is the target for recovering public money? Where is the target for disciplinary action? Where is the commitment that repeat offenders will no longer remain in positions of responsibility? Without measurable consequences, good governance remains little more than a slogan. Honourable Speaker, perhaps the most revealing section of this APP is its own risk register. The Office identifies inadequate ICT systems, weak investigations into irregular expenditure, poor implementation of investigation findings, inadequate security, poor coordination, delays in disciplinary processes, and shortages of specialized personnel. These are not allegations made by the opposition. These are the risks identified by the Office itself. The obvious question is, where are the measurable commitments to resolve them? Recognizing a problem is important. The Premier has launched the SmartGov digital government platform. Solving is leadership. However, launching is not successful operationalization. Honourable Speaker, government must also embrace technology far more aggressively. Instead, this APP takes a step backwards. Previous commitments relating to the ICT disaster recovery strategy and automation have disappeared. At a time when governments are embracing digital services and real-time accountability, North West appears to be lowering its ambition. Technology should strengthen accountability, monitor infrastructure projects, improve procurement oversight, detect financial irregularities before money is lost, and reduce bureaucracy. The Office of the Premier should be leading that transformation. Instead, digital innovation barely features in this APP. Honourable Speaker, the DA supports bringing government closer to communities through Tunsalerole. But communities deserve more than a day of activity. The APP targets 18 programs coordinated, not 18 successful interventions, not 18 communities where commitments are fulfilled. Too often, government arrives with speeches, equipment, and media statements. Promises are made, photographs are taken, government leaves. Months later, the same potholes, broken infrastructure, and service delivery failures remain. Communities deserve to know which commitments were made, who is responsible, what deadlines were set, and how many were actually completed. Without transparent reporting, Tunsalerole risks becoming a travelling government exhibition instead of a sustainable service delivery program. Honourable Speaker, the APP also monitors litigation spending and vacancy rates. That is welcome. But monitoring legal costs does not reduce legal costs. Monitoring vacancies does not fill vacancies. Government cannot monitor its way out of capacity shortages. Likewise, the Office monitors the implementation of resolutions from various economic councils. But where are the measurable targets for investment secured, projects unlocked, or even jobs created? The purpose of coordination is not another meeting. The purpose is economic growth. Leadership is not measured by how busy government appears. Leadership is measured by whether government performs. Thank you. The Office of the Premier should be the department every accounting officer fears disappointing because poor performance has consequences. It should relentlessly ask various questions, especially why are departments and municipalities failing? Why is public money being wasted? Honourable Speaker, the DA believes that the people of the Northwest deserve a government that measures results rather than activity, a government that values implementation over administration, a government that embraces technology instead of bureaucracy, and a government that holds officials accountable. For those reasons, the Democratic Alliance cannot support this budget. The people of the Northwest deserve coordinated delivery, measurable results, and accountable leadership. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Olwon. I will now call Honorable Groenewald. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Office of the Premier is not a department at the edge of government. It is the control room. And when the control room grows by 140 million in 1 year, the province is entitled to ask what is being controlled better. This vote increased from 520 million to just more than 630 million. Program 2, Institutional Development, grows by more than 37%. That is where the Freedom Front Plus has a problem. Northwest residents are not experiencing a government that looks 30% more coordinated. They are not experiencing departments that are 30% more accountable. They are not experiencing municipalities that are 30% more functional. They are not experiencing ICT system, monitoring systems or service delivery interventions that match the size of the increase. Honourable Speaker, the Office of the Premier addressed institutional development, strategic human resources, legal advisory services, ICT, integrated management, and monitoring and evaluation. These are powerful tools, but powerful tools are useless if they do not cut through failure. If ICT challenges remain unresolved, then the Premier's office must not produce another explanation, it must produce deadlines. If the growth and development strategy is approved, then the province must not receive slogans, it must deliver measurable outcomes, jobs, investment, improvements in service delivery and district-level implementation. If unemployment remains painfully high, then coordination cannot be celebrated as an achievement. If the Provincial Legislature own baseline affects its ability to perform oversight, then the centre of government must take that seriously. A government that weakens oversight weakens accountability. Honourable Speaker, the issue is not whether the Office of the Premier is important, because it is. The issue is whether the growing budget buys stronger leadership or just a larger administrative centre. The Freedom Front Plus cannot support a vote in which the centre grows while the province still waits for evidence that government is becoming sharper, faster, and more accountable. This vote does not pass that test, therefore we reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Khosho, your 7 minutes.
Tla go leboga Musa Kgotla ke dumedise malokotla a ntlo ya rona e tlotlegang and appreciate also the Premier's tabling of the budget speech. Ke dumedise baagi botlhe ba rona ba mo chambereng baiti ba rona ba tlotla and acknowledge di kgosi tsa rona tse di nang le rona gompieno. Madam Speaker, it is both a privilege and a solemn responsibility to deliberate on the 2026-27 budget vote for the Office of the Premier. As we have gathered here today, we are reminded of the enduring legacy of African National Congress, the oldest and largest liberation movement on the continent, and our unwavering commitment to building a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa has aptly stated, I quote, to truly end poverty, we need an economy that grows, that attracts investment, creates jobs, and allows new companies to emerge and thrive, close quote. This vision is at the heart of our policy direction and underpins every intervention we propose for the Northwest Province. This year, as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of the June 16 detachment, It is a pivotal moment in our nation's struggle for equality, dignity, and democracy. We honor the courage of the youth who stood against oppression, and we commit ourselves to their vision by ensuring that today's young people are empowered to shape a brighter future. As the ANC, we commend the Office of the Premier of its ongoing efforts to reduce youth unemployment through education, skills, and development. We appreciate, Honorable Premier, the Victor Sephora Provincial Bursary Scheme, with an allocation of 33 million has empowered countless young people across the province. We notably also the initiative the initiative to send 9 students to China for 4 years of study in information and communications technology. And this is a testament to our commitment to global competitiveness and skills development. This investment will significantly contribute to the province's broader skills development agenda, equipping our youth to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. I, however, want to raise, Madam Speaker, through you, Madam Speaker, actually to the Premier. We are worried about the ICT SmartGov program rollout. And it is a concern. And I want to sponsor that. We need to have a full session with the Office of the Premier to take us through the ICT SmartGov program. If it is Office of the Premier, it is participating on an active contract in another province, it is in the best interest of the Portfolio Committee to understand which province, which area are we talking about, which municipality are we talking about, because we don't want history to repeat itself in terms of ICT matters. It is important that we have an understanding in terms of a procurement. We must have an understanding in terms of the rollout, how does it benefit women, empowerment, how does it empower young people with disability and our women. I think we need, and I want to recommend that in the report, I need to put this amendment, that the ICT SmartGov procurement rollout, it needs to be discussed through the Portfolio Committee so that we are taken into confidence as the legislature, as the Portfolio Committee in terms of the process. The department must adhere to the 10% vacancy rate to ensure that critical posts are filled, thereby reducing unemployment and enhancing service delivery. Furthermore, procurement spending must be deliberately biased towards previously disadvantaged individuals with a focus on enterprises owned by youth, women, and people with disabilities. Through the Accelerated Service Delivery Program, Tunzaluro, the Office of the Premier must continue to intervene in municipalities, building in-house capacity, especially functional yellow fleets and skills personnel, to address water leaks, potholes, power outages, and to deliver basic cleaning and green services. We do appreciate the work that has been done in the office through Tunzaluro, and we would want to see it actually being strengthened going forward. We have listened to all the MEC's table budget speeches, especially the MEC for Public Works, in terms of an approach in intervening on the roads. And I must say that, Honorable Premier, we are happy about the Moses Kotane. No one must steal that glory. Going door to door and say, vote for us, we are the party that has compromised for that. We know that is the African National Congress. No one must stand as an independent or any other party that has aspirations to go and contest against the ANC and say this is the delivery of their efforts. It is a result of the African National Congress program. And I'm saying this deliberately on this program, saying this matter because we know that Moses Kotane is being targeted as a soft landing for many other parties. The Office of the Premier must continue to target illegal mining and violent crime through coordinated and multi-agency initiatives, expanding operational Valom Goti and deploying SNDF troops and specialized intelligence units will help to dismantle syndicates funding illegal mining activities, particularly in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, in Klerksdorp, actually in Brez, in Tatlaganyani village, and in Bujanala district. The Northwest Provincial Government must work tirelessly to end violent crimes, eradicate gender-based violence and femicide. We acknowledge the work is done by the MEC for Social Development. But, Honourable Premier, I want to say this, and I've said it on many occasions with our premiers who are male. We want to see you leading that program. Not in our name. We want to see you, Honourable Premier, be the first one to stand and say not in our name, together with your DG. That's where most of us will start to appreciate the efforts that has been advanced and advocated by the MEC for Social Development. I think the cherry on top, we just need you to be there, to be in the forefront, to fight gender-based violence, to ensure that you say, not in my name. That's what we want to say. I've said it in many premiers who were male premiers in the province, and I'll continue to say it. I'll not shy away to talk about it, because we want our men folks to be in the forefront to say, not in our name. Madam Speaker, the district development model, I think it's welcome, and we appreciate this work that is being done. The Section 154 implementation program across all the departments, I think it's well appreciated. And we can see that there's a deliberate intent by provincial government to ensure that they make the district development program and alive in fixing local government. In closing, the ANC supports the adoption of the Office of the Premier's budget to ensure the provincial government maintains a functional, capable developmental state. This funding directly supports the Premier in coordinating provincial departments, driving economic transformation, tackling poverty, and ensuring oversight and accountability across all municipalities. The 2026-2027 budget vote for the Office of the Premier is a tool to enhance service delivery, deepen democracy, and change the lives of our people for the better. Let us move forward together, united in our resolve to build a better Northwest as well as a better South Africa for all. Really, the African National Congress caucus, we do support the budget. All the best, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. I will now call Honorable Tsulo. Your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I would not be doing justice if I can't respond to the Premier with regard to the march on the 30th June as encapsulated in his budget speech. And I want to say it categorically clear that the Honorable Premier don't underestimate and undermine the people of Northwest's intellectual capability or ability to do what is correct. They are also singing March and March. Masihambe, where were you as the Premier and the President? Habana konyetse bane baja acha from foreign, illegal foreigners konyetse. Where were you? Yourself and the President, Hamodu Unity Mfamaloba Jana, Banabajele Acha Nali di Pilisi, Babeba Tabuhisua, Batusua Like Chakolu, Pele Matelo Abonatama. Where were you? Because I, as the mother in this province, I suffered the consequences of the drugs. I suffered illegal foreigners in this particular province. Where were you and the President? You are going to allow us to do what is right for our people and for the future generation in this particular province. Where were you? Now, with regard to the APP, there is a sub-program, Strategic Human Resource Management. The sub-program reports on the number of provincial departments monitored to comply with 60 days threshold in precautionary suspension cases. There are many reports over the past 20 months. Honorable Premier, ki buile mare ke a bona gore ga e diriwe sentle ba itshoki secondary school re na le principal o bidiwang Majoy Blasius Mongale o mo gae o na le 35 months a mogela o kubilwe without proper disciplinary processes ga gona suspension e leng gore we neilwe. Go and ask Dr. Mabowe, who said bring the school keys, but we deny access to the learners, to the staff, to the office. Le go tsaya dilo tsa gagwe mo teng ga office. Where were you, Honorable Premier, when all these things, this is not the only principal. Honorable Nathan, in the Department of Education, Honorable Premier, it is the very same principal to say, Bahumu place a post level 1 or 2, highly post level 4, under our watch.
Just a sec. Honorable Dyer.
Motlotlegi Musa Khotla. Ke a leboga. Ne ke re gopotse motlotlegi gore mo parlamenteng a re bitsane ka di first name, re bitsana ka di surname tsa rona. Honorable Uolifant. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much.
Honorable
Sulo, please just do the right thing.
Yes.
Continue.
Go bua le lofa le le tona le le cherelwang Committee Agriculture, corner to corner, get the chairperson of chairpersons in this province. So we note that we are not calling people honorable according to their surnames, but in as far as his responsibility and accountability bestowed upon himself as the chairperson of agriculture and rural development. Ya mo palla re mo ithusa re sikere ka magetla. Jaanong ke ne ke re ke tswelle gore re kopa gore this department go and check the qualifications of Dr. Mabue gongwe ke tsa bodumedi, because if he is indeed a doctor, he will know better the
Your time is
processes
up.
that should be followed when you remove an educator nor a principal from the school. Wa bua, Honorable Speaker, ga ke a
Ne ke re nako ya motlotlegi e fedile. Ne ke re nako ya motlotlegi e fedile.
go- Tswalle.
Ene re leboga Modimo.
No, thank
Re
you,
batla ntla
Honorable
molondlela
Solomon.
le sa mbutla mma.
Honorable,
tsamaye fake
honorable
trial.
members, okay. Our beautiful guest on the gallery, Baeng ba rona ba tlotla. With due respect, you cannot participate. You cannot participate. Even if you can like what a member is saying, you cannot clap hand just. Hey! Matuan, can I speaker mo? Or deputy speaker? Please, honorable guest, don't do that. Just enjoy your happiness inside, but don't clap. Because once you do that, you are participating in the House proceedings. Thank you very much. I will now call Honorable Kuno, your 9 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Dr. Desmond Mohono, Honorable Premier Re Lazarus Mokhosi, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Botwe, I'm happy to see you in the, having been absent for the whole of the week, and I'm happy to see you in good health. I'm happy to see that you are in good health, and welcome back. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's important that Honorable, well, the Protocol Rawamona, he was here yesterday, so I got quickly Honorable Matsiare, Oswanta Regulati Braille. Honorable Dial was here yesterday, he didn't just come today. So there's a distinction, honorable members, between SOPA and the budget vote of the office of the Premier. And we don't seem to understand this distinction. The budget vote that was given today only relates to the work of the office of the Premier. So if you can be a bit more patient, the next round of SOPA will come, and Mokhosi will deliver the next round of State of the Province address. And no, he will be there. I guarantee you, Mokhosi will be here to deliver the next State of the Province address. I want to give you that assurance. Now, there's a few things that we also cannot dispute. When you say that there's lack of leadership at the level of provincial government, so here are the facts that you cannot dispute. The facts are that since the advent of this administration, audit outcomes in the provincial government have improved. Go and look at the facts. The audit outcomes in the provincial government have improved. Go and look at the facts. The audit outcomes of municipalities have improved. Look at the facts. Don't come with stories here. The fact of the matter is that it is this Premier after many years when the province did not have a provincial growth and development strategy, we have one now because of Lazimokhosi. Something that has not happened for many years. Now, under Lazarus Mokhosi, you yourself as opposition accepted that unblocked housing projects have been dealt with. You admitted that yourself as an opposition. You admitted yourself yesterday that Honorable Mukua is doing well. Now who's a premier of Elizabeth? The premier, the one and only, is Lazarus Mokhosi. It is not Botswe. It is not Dale. The premier is Lazarus Mokhosi. Now, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mukua yesterday was benevolent and magnanimous in Honorable Oliphant in describing what the role of an ideal opposition. And she used an analogy which I like very much, an analogy of a rear mirror. She used that analogy. And I think that opposition just misunderstood the benevolence and magnanimity of Honorable Mukua. Now, let's explain our lived reality of this hypothetical description of what an ideal opposition ought to do. So, with this analogy of a rear view mirror. So, what did we see on Tuesday after the budget votes of the respective MECs? When we looked in the rear, we saw a cracked mirror. So this was Tuesday. On Wednesday, what did we see? We saw darkness. It was during the day. We looked at the rear, we saw darkness. On Thursday, what did we see on the rear? There was nothing. That thing was no longer there, Honorable Mukua. So, unfortunately, I thought you'll have some understanding of your lesson of what we expect to be a constructive opposition. We are still seeing nothing on the rear view. They can howl today, but the fact of the matter is that we are still seeing nothing in the rear. Now, let's talk about the facts.
Chair. Honorable Speaker.
Who's calling? Oh, Honorable Botswe. Honorable Kuno, just wait.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Speaker, can Honorable Member here take a question? Can
Okay.
Can he take the
Honorable
question?
Kuno, can you take a question?
No, I will not allow you to waste
not
my
ready
time,
for a
Honorable
question.
Speaker.
Thank you, continue.
Ke batla gore o bona o tokafale much better. Maybe in the next round I'll allow you a question. Not today. Now, Honorable Speaker, in 2024 elections, Honorable Oliphant, the ANC got 58% of the support of. Now, this was the ANC at its weakest point in the province. It still gets 58%. Whatever that you tried to do to mislead the people of Northwest, they rejected you. They returned the ANC in power overwhelmingly with 58% support. This is an undeniable fact. Now,
Speaker,
we need clarity here.
Honorable
member, no weak now.
Botswe, I never recognize you.
Honorable member, but I
I
clarify
never
this thing.
recognize you. Can you sit down?
Honorable votes.
Honorable members, please.
Honorable votes.
Please.
You are Kono and you are suffering from a malay
Honorable
that your
Molapisi,
members
had
have
week.
demonstrated.
Head of
for
elections, had
about-
week.
Honorable Tabampi, don't do that. Don't do that. You are protected, Honorable Kuno.
Now, so the ANC obtained 58% of electoral support at its weakest point. But it still gets 58, and the people of the Northwest still reject this opposition, and they gave the reign of government to the ANC, and it is for that reason that the ANC elected. They are all combined, rejected by the electorate. Now, what we have seen since this week on Tuesday, in living up to expectations of our people, one department after another, they came to this podium, they gave an honest account of the work that they have done, and the overwhelming evidence before the people of the Northwest is that the ANC government remains on track in improving the quality of the lives of our people. It's undeniable. Now, we continue to face an opposition in this legislature.
As you wrap up, Honorable Kuno.
And George Orwell, which was quite eloquently quoted by Honorable Oliphant, he gave a correct characterization of this opposition in this legislature, Honorable Oliphant. Now, I want to go further and reinforce what George Orwell said. Remember, at the conclusion of that, if you can't write, we will think for you. Right. Now, who are these members of the opposition? It is an assortment of political actors. They include peacetime heroes. They include armchair revolutionaries. They include people who still regard people from the Eastern Cape as economic migrants. They include a party that still holds refuge to the most unrepentant racist. People who have no idea
Your time is
of
up.
what is to be done to deal with inequality in the province.
Your time is
So
up.
the
Your time is
ANC
up. The weak ANC, you must go and sit down. Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up.
We are behind you. The ANC remains on track on delivering on its mandate of a better life for our people. Thank you.
Tabampi, never do that. Don't. No, don't. I'm the speaker. I'm the one who must decide. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please. No, I don't need help.
EFF.
Honorable Premier, your 10 minutes. Honorable Sambata, Honorable arrest, switch off that mic. Honorable Premier, your 10 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. No, I can say to Nike Lebogele the puo tsotlhe tse di builweng tse di monate le tse di busula ka gore maoko otlhe a mantle ke a ko kgosing. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, I think your instructions is well heard. In the next 30 days, we will be able to provide what you are asking. I think we are quite capable to give the chair what he wants. Secondly, It's important that we must welcome the report of the South African Human Rights Commission. You know, these are what you call Chapter 9 institutions established by the South African government under the leadership of the ANC. Now, these institutions are meant to protect democracy. They are meant to protect democracy, which we all fought for. And therefore, they are meant to do what is called checks and balances and ensure that all of us, we serve the Constitution and we serve our people. So it cannot be used as if it's a police unit. And as government, we welcome the report, and all departments are working on ensuring that what the South African Human Rights Commission said we must do, we will do. So it's acceptable. That's number one. We also accept that there is a need for accountability. Now, accountability of the executive is to also oversight committees that we have in the province and in this legislature. But also Premier has accountability sessions with his MECs. So it can't be correct that people come here and believe that there is no accountability. Accountability, the Premier has it. There is monitoring and evaluation in the office of the Premier. And correctly so, like what you are saying, if we identify weaknesses, we will intervene, not imagined weaknesses. In municipalities, we have intervened as government. You can talk about the support that we have provided to a number of municipalities through 154. We've done that. We have done the 1391, 1395, 1397 in all our municipalities. And it's common knowledge, they are there. You know. We also intervened, our section 106, we have intervened in this province. So empirical evidence is there. So we have intervened as government where there are weaknesses. And all of us must come to a realization that in this province, the budget that was utilized by the provincial government in the previous financial year was over 95%. And therefore, it means within the means of resources provided to the executive performed. Now, if there are any new challenges, clearly, the constraints of the financial capacity of the province is the only thing that hinders us to be able to deal with all the challenges. Now, if the money was there, we would do everything that we want. But with what we had, we perform and judge us on the basis of the work and the money that was provided to us. So that was done, and I believe that we serve the people of this province to the best of our abilities. Now, I'm saying it can't be correct that we are told here today that we don't provide services within the means that we have. The issue of consequence management, I believe it's quite correct that there is a need for intensified consequence management because people believe strongly that they can do things with impunity. And we agree with you on this side and this side that there must be consequence management. Mongwe le mongwe ha dira bushula o tshwanetse go bona se se maleba jaaka katlholo. So we agree on that one. So we can't come here and say that it's as if somebody disagrees on consequence management. So we take that as a plus from your side. The Office of the Premier's responsibility is to coordinate and to provide leadership of government, to provide oversight and account. And it must ensure that there is implementation. So we agree on that one. So all systems that we are putting in place is intended to exactly do what we are talking about. And we're going to improve every year with what we have to ensure that we go to the logical conclusion of ensuring that we intervene, we provide leadership, we provide oversight, there is accountability, and there is monitoring and evaluation. So we can't differ on that one. You know, I'm now tempted to believe that the because the issue of the audit outcomes were clearly spelled out even in the budget speech of the MEC Molapisi. It's known, the Auditor General information is also there. Now, you know, at times the problem is we don't want to accept when there is change. The audit outcome shows that in our municipalities, in provincial government, the numbers have increased, the numbers have changed from disclaimers, unqualified, qualified, and so on. It's there. You know, numbers cannot lie. They are there. So let's accept when there is improvement. We'll rather say it's not sufficient. But categorically denying that there is no improvement in the audit outcomes is not correct. Now, I'm saying we don't have to really talk much about that one. And we're agreeing also on the litigation part. What we have done in the Office of the Premier now, we have run a database to have legal teams that we have appointed, which want to deal with this register, Yakudi Department, a very, you know, astronomical in terms of figures that relates to money. The amount that we are spending on litigation is different. So we want to intervene in that, and I agree with you. How do we manage the litigation in different departments? Some of the cases that we are in court for, we are of the view that there was no need even to be in court. So we want to bring dispute resolution mechanism on these issues to alleviate such high expenditures as it relates to litigation. Well, on Tunzale Role, I think Tunzale Role speaks for itself. It's not extra money. It's extra money that we have in the allocation. And therefore, what we are just doing, accelerating service delivery, we are coming closer to our people. Now, I know the problem with you, while Sabatli Tunzale Role, is because it takes us to the people. Irisa koba to reconnect alebato, but barna feel the warmth. Yeah, so I'm not sure. No, I don't know who Sitsukutane came, but if Sitsukutane ki Tunzale Role, therefore it's fine. Whether we beat our service delivery is fine. As long as it takes us to the people, as long as it connects us with the people, as long as it wants us to account to the people.
Honorable members, please allow the Premier to conclude.
So we are fine with that. The issue of the March, Honorable Solo, the March. No, we don't support lawlessness. And we agree with you with all the challenges that this country faces. We must have a better way to deal with illegal people in this country. We are part of the world, we are part of Africa. And we can't have a country that does not have. So we want to deal with undocumented people in this country. And we believe and we agree with you that this is a problem which we must deal with. And the president outlined how are we going to manage these undocumented foreign nationals in this country.
But we can't. Wrap up, Chair.
Now, let me now conclude. And I agree, Chief, with that. I think we will need a session to present to the Portfolio Committee on the ICT issue. You know, from conception and the approvals of ESCO on the transformation agenda of the ICT, from procurement to implementation. But the reality is that the Northwest, as we came as the 7th administration, from an ICT point of view, we're 30 years behind. And we want to move with the necessary speed. And for you to move with the necessary speed and be on par with other provinces in this country and the world, you need to put money. So you can't want change and you don't want to put resources to have change. You want to be stuck to the old and continue to spend 2 cents. You will never get it. What you put is proportional to what you get. And therefore, what we are doing here, we are putting a Northwest in another trajectory. We are on clouds. We're at that level. And I can tell you, the challenge that we have, you may even find that 60% of the public servants that we have, actually they must go home. Because what we are dealing with now is at another level. So I'm saying to you that we'll continue as a province to move with this ICT transformation agenda as we roll it out. Lastly,
Honorable Premier.
Today, you are up and in arms.
Honorable Premier, just hold on. Honorable Dabampi.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I would ask if the Premier would take a question that as the ANC, they failed for the past 30 years on ICT. Is that not an indictment on the ANC?
Honorable Dabampi.
That is, Honorable Kuno already says it's weak. Oh. Hey, you come with more.
No. Why do you talk to everybody? You asked me to give you a permission to speak.
You come with more. Sorry. All right.
Sit down. Premier, Honorable Kapi, no. Honorable Premier, do you want to take a question?
No.
No, you don't want to take a question. Continue, Premier.
No, Speaker, Honorable Butse, as I conclude, is that I think the issue of water, we all know that this province has a program on Bulela Mets. And we have said countlessly on programs, the Department National, Water and Sanitation, the Water Service Authority, the municipalities. So this program is clear, it's outlined. There are projects that are up and running throughout the province. So it's not that, but we all accept for water is a scarce commodity. The inclement weather conditions that we have is also a challenge. And we are saying on the basis of that.
Up, Premier.
Yes. Now, lastly, Speaker, Honorable Botswe, in terms of the relationship, I want to recommend 2 books to you. I'm not sure when is your birthday.
Premier, your time is up.
No, one part. No, it's a bill. Oh. No, I wanted to assist you.
Don't go, Premier. Don't go. Premier.
Don't say Premier.
Honorable members, does the House adopt the committee report?
Yes.
The yeas have it. Honorable Tsulo, please. Thank you, honorable members. The committee report is adopted. I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 245.
Speaker, order.
What is it, Honorable Babwile?
No, Speaker, I would make a request that we must not be personal to a point where we insult each other, we use words like bongi and all those things in the
But
house.
I didn't insult anybody.
It's an insult. It can't be used in the house.
Huh?
Is it parliamentary to say in the house?
I didn't say to anybody.
No, I'm not saying you.
Oh.
Yes,
okay.
I'm calling on members to do that because clearly you were not aware.
Okay.
So I'm bringing it to your attention.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Honorable members. Honorable members. Thank you. Honorable members, You know, it's tiring for me to call you to, or it's very tiring. It's very tiring on my side. No, I don't need a spokesperson. I will plead with all of you. I will plead. Handling each other, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong at all. But calling each other with unparliamentary word, I'm not going to accept it in my house, unfortunately. I'm not going to allow it. It doesn't matter how you feel about another member, but handle in a very decent and professional way. Don't say word that you won't accept it be said to you. I'm pleading with all of you. I don't like it calling you to order by names. It doesn't speak well of you. It discredits you as an individual. I'm humbly requesting all of you, please. Like I said, I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1, to determine the quorum. Honorable Babuile, Honorable Bokhatsu, Honorable Botswe, Honorable Dabampi, Honorable Danji, Honorable Daya,
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Groenewald,
Teenwoordig, Speaker.
Honorable Kuno,
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang, Honorable Lehari,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Lenkopani,
I'm ever present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makgagane, Honorable Maine,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Makgokgoa, Honorable Mathe, Honorable Matuani,
budget.
thank you. Honorable Modise, Honorable Mwema, Honorable Mohono, I'm present. Honorable Mokosi,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Mukua,
Present Speaker.
Honorable Molapisi, Honorable Morweng,
I'm present, Speaker, with your PhD in the House. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Doctor.
thank you, Honorable Morweng, Honorable Musenuchi, thank you, Honorable Mutsumi,
I'm present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Oliphant,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Khosho, Honorable Sambata, Honorable Sibekwe,
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sonakile, Honorable Sonti, Honorable Steenkamp,
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Stale,
Kiteng Musakotla.
Honorable Tapi, Honorable Tsulo,
Teenwoordig, achtbare Speaker.
Honorable Van Heestien, Honorable Walwan,
Teenwoordig, achtbare Speaker.
Honorable Williams, Honorable members, I have certified myself that majority of members are present in the House to consider and adopt the budget. We will now adopt the budget program by program. Program 1, Administration, 133,881,000 rand. Does the House adopt this budget?
No.
The years have it. Program number 2, Institutional Development, 375,793,000 rand. Does the House adopt this budget?
Yes. Yes.
The years have it. Program 3, Policy and Governance, 123,995,000 rand. Does the House adopt this budget?
Yes.
The years have it.
Yeah.
Honorable members, Vote 1, 2026-2027, totaling 663,669,000 rand is now adopted. Premier, go and help the people of the Northwest. Thank you. Thank you, honorable members. The budget for the office of the Premier, Vote 1, 2026-2027 is now adopted. I will now call Honorable MEC for Finance, Honorable Musanuki, to present the provincial budget speech, Vote 7. Honorable Musanuki, you have 40 minutes.
Malibongwe. Malibongwe.
Oh, yanga.
Musa Khotla ngaka motlotlegi ngaka Desbo Mohono, Motlatsa Musa Khotla, motlotlegi Colin Mokoni Maine, Seme Segolo sa ntlo ya rona motlotlegi mme Motlalepule Khosho, Tona Kgolo ya rona e tlotlegang motlotlegi Lazarus Mokgotsi, maloko otlhe a komiti khuduthamaga ya province ya Bokone Bophirima le maloko a Provincial Legislature kgotsa kokwano theo molao ya rona ya Bokone Bophirima. Ke tlhompe le baeteledipele botlhe ba ditheo tsa dipolotiki tse di farologaneng mo ntlong ya rona. Ke tlhompe le ntlo ya rona ya dikgosi le magosi a rona a leng teng ka kwano. Baagi ba Bokone Bophirima dumelang. Mo jareng e we celebrate 50 years of anniversary of 1976 Youth Uprising. It's a defining moment in our nation's journey towards freedom and democracy. And I think it is evident with what we have seen, what the youth of 1976 fought for. Many of our young people, we saw them displaying their talent. That's why we saw yesterday MEC Tlhapi arriving here with the South African flag, because the young people of this country made us proud. It is evident with the opportunities that has been created that South Africa is alive with possibilities, and that ourselves were standing here today to celebrate and honor those young people. The resilience of 1976 generation is a face adversity set the country towards a path of renewed hope centered on respect for human rights and equal opportunities for all. It is their bravery which shook the foundation of apartheid and expedited the attainment of the country's democracy. However, we ponder on this important milestone. Thousands of young people remain locked outside of opportunities to improve their livelihood. Many of them are not in school or undertaking any vocational training to sharpen their skills and be self-sufficient. Even with the many interventions that government has put in place to empower many of these young people, it is not yet uhuru. Therefore, dramatic measures are needed to turn the tides against the youth job crisis confronting the province. As the former president of the African National Congress said, Oliver Reginald Tambo, a nation that does not value its youth does not deserve its future, open and close quote. These words must not ring hollow in our endeavor to find lasting solution to youth unemployment. In addressing the scourge of unemployment, as stated earlier, the province has adopted the PGDS, which largely is anchored around four economic drivers: mining, agriculture, tourism, and manufacturing. And I think many of the MECs who've stood here today, this week, articulated in detail on how they are going to implement the PGDS. This strategy serves as a blueprint to build an inclusive, resilient, and a job-creating economy that can lift young people out of this economic conundrum. As remarked by Honorable Premier Lazarus Mokgotsi during the launch earlier this year, the strategy marks the beginning of a new social compact, one that brings together government, business, labor, and communities to deliver real change. So it is not just a blueprint that is led by government, but it requires the necessary social partnerships. Honorable Speaker, it is no secret the current global discourse, the geopolitical tensions that are unfolding in the world, the ramification that we continue to suffer and be exposed to as a country from an economic point of view. And I will not allude to that because earlier when we presented the budget speech, we highlighted in detail the consequences of the global tensions that are unfolding and what it has in the implication it has on the pockets of South Africans. Honorable Speaker, again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as per the Stats SA report, the Northwest Province economic growth for 2024 was negative on 0.1%. The provincial economy is mainly driven by primary industries like mining and agriculture, as well as the tertiary sectors. Even amidst all the economic uncertainty, we remain confident that through sound financial management, fiscal discipline, and accountability, governance, our province can create conditions for growth and prosperity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, during the 2025-2026 financial year, the department received 592 million to strengthen governance, improve financial management, oversight, and invest in the development of future generation, which resulted in the following achievement. Our dedication to instill sound fiscal discipline, the province managed to spend 99% of the 57 billion appropriated in 2025-2026 financial year. And this, it's important that we note it, because for some reason, there are people from time to time towards the end of the financial year who will release some old newspaper clip that Northwest is returning 17 billion to national. And that has not been the case for a number of years. So this improvement needs to be acknowledged and applauded, and it's our duty across different political lines to provide clarity to the public as and when it is raised. The large portion of the allocation went to compensation of employees, with the rest supporting infrastructure development and service delivery measures in critical sectors like health, education, as well as support to our provincial entities. The department provided internship opportunities to 100 graduates, equipping them with valuable practical experience and professional skills across various fields of public financial management. A strategic partnership between the Department of Finance and Accounting Service Sector Education and Training Authority secured funding for an additional 40 interns who have been placed across 8 municipalities in the province. This initiative not only enhances the employability of young graduates, but also strengthens financial management capacity within municipalities. In an endeavor to bridge the skills gap in public finance and promote interest in commercial subjects, the department in the past 2 years embarked on a series of youth career guidance summits, targeting young people at secondary and tertiary level to pursue career in finance sector. This initiative has reached over 1,000 aspiring young people in the province, and we partnered with commercial schools in the province. It's important that we build the necessary pipeline for the necessary skills needed even for the future, and the current shortfall that might be identified through various audit reports, whether in the MFMA audit or also in the a PFMA audit, and the concerns obviously that has been raised by the AG in relation to the use of consultants in the province, especially in municipalities. The department spent 99% of its allocated budget and was able to maintain its commitment to sound financial management and good governance by ensuring the timely payment of service providers within the prescribed 30 days period. Despite challenging financial environment facing municipalities, the MEC yesterday indicated the outcomes of the provincial audit, including the Premier, but we all listened also to the Auditor General, that while we have challenges in the province, but we must acknowledge the significant improvement that has been registered by most of our municipalities in terms of the audit outcome and also in terms of improving from unfunded to funded budget. Municipalities that remain unfunded reduce their budget deficit from negative 100 billion to negative 8.9 billion in 2025-2026, demonstrated progress in expenditure containment and financial management practices. In addressing persistent accumulation of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the department capacitated municipal disciplinary boards. And here we are still concerned that many of these municipal disciplinary boards are still not yielding the required results in terms of consequence management that we all envisage to see in municipalities, including recovery, where loss would have been identified. Our quality assurance, Honorable Deputy Speaker, assessment of department's user asset management plans ensured that plans are credible, properly costed, and ready to address critical infrastructure needs. Provincial Treasury secured an additional 132 million in performance-based infrastructure incentive grant system, of which 90 million was for health facility revitalization grant and 41.5 million for the education infrastructure grant to address maintenance backlogs in our schools and health facilities. The department conducted 17 sites visit covering infrastructure investment of more than 12 billion, concentrating on the health and road sector, where most of the provincial infrastructure budget is allocated. The purpose was to confirm that the money spent produced real functional assets that communities can utilize. In 2025, the Provincial Treasury undertook to implement intervention measures to expand the provincial own revenue base, which yielded positive results. The partnership with provincial department, coupled with continuous monitoring and dedicated support on revenue management, enabled the province to achieve a significant improvement in revenue collection, which increased from 221 billion during 2024-25 to 1.418 billion in 2025-2026 financial year. The department further delivered customized supply chain management capacity intervention for provincial departments and public entities and implemented extensive bid committee training to strengthen governance and improve procurement outcomes. Provincial procurement expenditure amounting to 5.3 billion, representing 41% of total procurement spent, benefited 2,957 women-owned enterprises. The president announced 40%. As a province consolidated, we've empowered with our budget 41% of our budget benefited women enterprises, and I'm not sure why we are not acknowledging the commitment of the provincial government to empower women. In addition, Honorable Deputy Speaker, 2.2 billion, representing 17% of procurement expenditure, benefited 2,510 youth-owned enterprises. And this figure, we hope that it will increase going forward, because we are committed to empowering young people including persons with disabilities and women across the board. Supply development and outreach programs ensured that 1,468 businesses were registered on central database, supplier database. A total number of 109 supplier development workshops were conducted, reaching more than 4,100 suppliers and positioning them to participate meaningfully in economic opportunities created through public procurement. The collaborative effort to improve audit outcomes in departments and public entities resulted in slight improvement, with 11 departments receiving unqualified audits and 2 were qualified with reduced paragraph as compared to 2023-2024, whereby 12 departments were unqualified and 1 qualified. Public entities, on the other hand, slightly improved in 2024-2025, with 8 entities unqualified, 2 qualified and 4 receiving disclaimers as compared to 2023-2024, whereby 6 entities were unqualified and 6 qualified and 2 received disclaimers. And amongst these entities, there are 3 that received clean audits. The Provincial Internal Audit completed 161 audit assessments during the 2025-26 financial year, which resulted in recommendations being made to departments. The recommendation enhanced and improved the effectiveness of risk management, governance, and internal control processes. The scope of information technology audits was also expanded by the procurement of an IT vulnerability assessment tool, and this was subsequently used to scan networks at 6 departments and make recommendations for the improvement of cybersecurity. 27 pre-award audits of bids above 10 million were performed. The procurement value audited amount to 1.8 billion. An asset verification tool has been developed internally and rolled out to 4 provincial departments and 1 public entity. This tool improves physical verification of assets. These achievements, Honorable Deputy Speaker, demonstrate our commitment as a department to continuously improve and ensure that our mandate is realized. In terms of our plans going forward, with the APP that we have tabled for 2026-2027, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to deliver on its mandate of providing strategic oversight, strengthening governance system to departments and public entities, including supporting municipalities, the department has been allocated an amount of 659 million for the 2026-2027 financial year, which will utilize to fulfill our mandate across 4 programs as outlined below. In terms of administration, an allocation of 199.863 million, which will be utilized to provide policy direction, provision of financial management services to the department, and overall administration and well-being of employees through the following. In our quest to invest in young people, the department will strengthen partnership with all the relevant sector education and training authorities to expand internship and learnership opportunities. Funding has been secured for 20 graduate interns from PCETA and 14 learners for the internal audit technician learnership will commence in July 2026. Applications for 116 learnership have been lodged with LGCETA for funding of placement opportunities within municipalities and public institutions. 10 officials have been selected to be taken through the recognition of prior learning programs. Through the programs, officials with matrics are being capacitated to obtain NQA level 6, which will enable them to apply for positions that require post-matric qualifications. Plans are underway for the establishment of chartered accountancy pathway and record management learnership program to develop scarce skills and create sustainable professional opportunities for young people. A commitment has been made to ensure that all payments are processed within the required 30 days following the receipt of valid invoices in full compliance with the applicable legislation and regulation prescripts, including commitment to sustain the clean audit. Intensification efforts are underway to enhance procurement opportunities for designated groups, including women, youth, persons with disability, and military veterans, thereby advancing inclusive economic participation and economic transformation. The department will continue to strive towards maintaining a clean audit outcome through ethical leadership, sound management, and prudent financial management practices. And we must state that for 11 consecutive years, Provincial Treasury has maintained a clean audit, and the previous PFMA audit, we did not even have the management report, or we received the management report and there was nothing, meaning no paragraph, no finding. So it is important that even ourselves as a treasury, when we provide support, we must start with ourselves. And we thank the leadership of the HOD, or Superintendent General Kunene, together with the management and the entire team of the Provincial Treasury. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Sustainable Resource Management Program is allocated an amount of 195.330 million to monitor provincial budget spending, support municipalities on financial matters, as well as to perform microeconomic analysis and fiscal policy responsibilities. The following key interventions will be delivered on revenue enhancement at local government level remains a strategic priority. We will finalize and implement the revised provincial revenue enhancement strategy, strengthen the provincial revenue forum, and intensified support to municipalities through improved billing system, enhanced customer data management, stronger revenue collection practices, and more efficient debt collection mechanism. The implementation of phase 1 rescue phase of the approved mandatory financial recovery plans has been underway for 2 years, and 6 municipalities in which is Naledi, Madibeng, Khetleng, Tswaying municipality, and the 2 which is under voluntary intervention, Makwasi and Mamusa local municipality. As the FRP Oversight Committee has been established to fast-track progress, the Provincial Treasury undertook a comprehensive review of the Financial Recovery Plan implementation framework and adopted a recalibrated FRP implementation strategy. The revised approach is designed to sharpen the focus of FRP implementation by prioritizing high-impact and non-negotiable recovery activities that directly address the root causes of municipal financial distress. The objective is to accelerate the implementation of financial recovery plans and support municipalities in progressing from rescue phase towards financial and institutional stabilization. The intervention in City of Matlosane, Madibeng, Tswaying, Khetleng local municipality will adopt a more intrusive approach through the implementation of Section 1395C of the Constitution. The intervention empowers the Provincial Executive Council to assume responsibility for the implementation of the approved financial recovery plan where municipal capacity and governance weaknesses have significantly impaired implementation progress. This approach reflects government commitment to taking decisive action where necessary to restore financial stability, strengthen governance, and safeguard service delivery. As part of the revised intervention framework, the terms of reference of the provincial EXCO representatives have been reviewed and aligned to the new strategy. Provincial Treasury will prioritize the strengthening of municipal financial management capacity through a comprehensive budget and treasury office capacity assessment in partnership with the Northwest University. The assessment will identify the root causes and skills gap, organizational weaknesses, of recurring audit findings and financial management challenges. As it has been stated that we have spent almost more than 400 million as municipalities in the province on consultant. So there's a need for us to make a root cause analysis and do an implementation plan out of the areas that would have identified as a weakness. And the outcome will guide future capacity building initiatives, organizational development interventions, and strategies to reduce dependency on consultant while building capable and sustainable municipal finance institutions. Municipal debt owned by organs of state remain a significant risk to the municipal financial sustainability and cash flow, with municipality reporting 1.7 billion outstanding as at March 2026. To address this challenge, Provincial Treasury, supported by COGTA and cooperation of all the departments, has strengthened intergovernmental coordination and support through Provincial Dispute Resolution Committee and existing intergovernmental relation structures to resolve long-standing billing, ownership, and account-related dispute. And to this end, we can report, you would know that also through the budget forum, there was an agreement that equally as the provincial government, we must pay what is due to the municipality and not only apply section 216 to municipalities, but it must also be applicable to us. And as a province, we are supporting that. That's why the intergovernmental forum, it's in place, and we can report that most of the departments are in compliance and have been paying the municipal services. And it's only in areas where there are disputes, and there are two departments that we have identified, and we will work with closely to improve the processes of those two departments to make sure that they pay municipalities on time and as and when they are built correctly. Technology and innovation will play an increasingly important role in improving public financial management, enhance expenditure analytic, Power BI or business intelligence reporting systems and infrastructure monitoring mechanism will strengthen oversight and improve expenditure efficiency. Provincial Treasury is in the process of reviewing the current organizational structure of the Infrastructure Directorate with the sole aim of expanding it to address and intervene in the delivery of infrastructure in municipalities as well as departments, because we have not been monitoring infrastructure delivery in municipalities. And it's important that we do so, and we strengthen also the implementation of some of the recommendations that we will be making to both departments and municipalities. The Provincial Treasury has embarked on a process to assist departments to widen their own revenue. This will include assessing services that are currently rendered free of charge with a view of introducing levies where possible, recognizing that the economy is not doing well and that many of our people are disadvantaged. But this will obviously be targeting those who are doing business and where the opportunities for us to increase revenue in the province is identified. Provincial Treasury will continue to support the implementation of respective departmental revenue enhancement strategy. The lessons from compelling departmental revenue enhancement strategy will be used for guiding drafting provincial entities' revenue enhancement strategy in the ensuing fiscal year. Provincial Treasury will be embarking with other provinces and will be benchmarking with other provinces and will adopt best practices to enhance revenue management system for improved revenue mobilization. It is important that the province augment the equitable revenue share received from the national government through public-private partnership, and one of such initiatives is the establishment of the development fund, which we intend to operationalize because we have finalized the registration, and in the previous year we did not accommodate the operationalization, and the process is currently underway. And over and above, as we said, revenue, it's important that we look into those opportunities, as you will have all debated in this previous week, that many of our departments are still under pressure in terms of services that still requires additional resources. So it's important that we look where we can save and where we can generate additional revenue to augment on what we receive from the national fiscals. This initiative seeks to leverage private sector expertise, innovation, and investment to address infrastructure and economic development challenges facing the province in order to address budget shortfalls. Honorable Speaker, in terms of asset liability management program, will utilize the allocation of 67.993 million to implement the provision of the Public Procurement Act service the public through the following areas. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the department will continue to provide technical guidance and oversight to departments and public entities to strengthen procurement governance, improve compliance, and support improved audit outcomes. Support for preferential procurement in line with Section 217.2 of the Constitution will be intensified to position the province to take advantage of opportunities emerging from the implementation of the Public Procurement Act of 2024. This legislation creates opportunities to expand procurement participation for women, youth, persons with disability, military veteran, and local-based enterprises. Provincial Treasury will continue reviewing and issuing strategic supply management instruction, strengthening transparency measures relating to procurement disclosures, and enhancing compliance monitoring across provincial institutions. The department will continue to accelerate facilitation of transversal contract for strategic commodities to leverage economics of scale, improve value for money, and reduce procurement risk that contribute to irregular expenditure. To prohibit government employees from conducting businesses with the state, we will intensify and strengthen our control measures to safeguard the integrity of our procurement processes. We will also capacitate supply chain management officials across all departments to effectively utilize the central supplier database in identifying any state employee who may have registered business interest. These measures will serve not only as a control mechanism, but also as a proactive and preventative step to root out any and deter the awarding of procurement transactions to officials of the state. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Financial Governance Program received 195.921 million to provide technical financial support, capacity building to departments and entities, as well as to provide a shared provincial internal audit service. The program will deliver on the following. In pursuit of improved audit outcome, the Provincial Treasury will intensify its oversight and strengthen internal control system across all departments and entities in line with the clean audit strategy, which now targets 10 departments and 7 public entities. We are implementing a structured programs of monthly compliance reviews, ensuring that financial reporting is timely, accurate, and aligned with the Public Finance Management Act and Treasury regulations. This aim is to reduce irregular expenditure and enhance the credibility of our financial statements. To reinforce accountability, the Office of the Provincial Accountant General will introduce enhanced reporting mechanisms that demand transparency at every level of financial management. Non-compliance will trigger corrective measures. Non-compliance will trigger corrective measures coupling with accountability with consequence management. This will ensure that public funds are managed responsibly, that audit findings are systematically addressed, and that the province moves decisively towards clean administration and improved audit outcomes. Efforts are being made to roll out the asset verification tool to all provincial departments as indicated earlier that it's 6 currently and 1 entity. So we will ensure that all public entities and all departments who are currently not on the automated asset verification platform. In line with the EXCO resolution, the internal audit and audit committee function of the Department of Education is currently being incorporated into provincial internal audit to a centralized audit committee. Consistent with our previous call, departments, entities, and municipalities are once more encouraged to urgently commence with the process of delisting businesses that are currently failing to deliver within their contractual obligations. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let us appreciate the release of the 2025 audit outcome, municipal audit outcome by the AG as stated earlier. We also take this opportunity to acknowledge the work that is currently being done by the Provincial Auditor General Office of weekly working with the targeted municipalities for clean audit outcome, relating to all areas of non-compliance in an effort to address such areas long before submissions of their AFS by the end of August 2026. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are moved, as we move forward, let us draw inspiration from the resilience of the 76th generation. Let us remain steadfast in our pursuit of a prosperous, inclusive and capable Northwest Province. Let us work together to ensure that future generations inherit a province that is stronger, more equitable and better positioned to realize its full potential. Indeed, our people wisely remind us, rain rains the road, but it makes the grass grow. While challenges may test our resolve, they also create opportunities for renewal, growth, and transformation. The road ahead may not always be easy, but with sound leadership, responsible governance, and collective effort, a brighter future remains within our reach. Motlasa Musa Khotla, Bokhatlamela Masisi, jwa batjha ba ngwaga wa 1976, bo re kgwetla go tsweletsa maitlhomo a rona a puso a go tlhoma mananeo a ungwelang batjha. Seno ke bongwe bo re ka bo dirang go bontsha tlotlo le go lebogela kgololosego e tlileng ka bo tswa setlhabelo jwa balwela kgololosego ba rona. As we commemorate 50 years since the historic uprising, it is our collective duty to ensure that the sacrifices of that generation are honored, not only in words, but through tangible improvements in the lives of our people, especially the youth of today. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, wish to thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee with the collective of the Portfolio Committee for their continuous advice and support as we go to the provincial Portfolio Committee for presentation. I wish to thank the leadership of the ANC and the membership of the ANC for the deployment and the support that we receive from the Chief Whip, the leader of government business from time to time when we have challenges at the Provincial Legislature. But most importantly, the people of the province for giving us the responsibility to lead and be responsible for the resources of the province. And we will do our best to ensure that we do it to the best of our ability and adhere to the necessary legislation. And lastly, also to Tonakgolo ya rona. And importantly, to the accounting officer of the department and the staff of the Provincial Treasury and all heads of departments in the province and accounting officers in municipalities, executive authorities, including mayors and executive mayors, because our work will not be possible without the cooperation of all these entities. I therefore present the budget vote of the Provincial Treasury for consideration by this August House as follows. Administration at 199,863,678,000 Sustainable resource management at 195, 330 million. Asset and liability management at 67 and 993 million. Financial governance at 195, 921 million, and the total 659, 107 million. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musenori. Chairperson of the Fund, with 7 minutes to present the report. Mojo, 7 minutes.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, the Chairperson of the Northwest House of Traditional Leaders, Kosita Rimautwe, and again, welcome to the Honorable Botse to work. Deputy Speaker, the Provincial Treasury is really, I can't say outperforming itself, but it is performing at the greatest of expectation. It is a posit at this point in time for me to mention, Honorable Tsulo, that the Provincial Treasury has now achieved its 12th clean audit. Now, often people would argue that a clean audit is nothing, but those of us who know that APPs are a conglomeration of financial and non-financial performance information. And on behalf of the committee, we have expressed our gratitude and congratulated them. And we would want to do so again in this August House. We have equally raised, Deputy Speaker, with the Provincial Treasury, and Honorable Musenoch is aware, the issue in respect of the baseline of the Provincial Legislature. And we will have a meeting to that effect and engage in that respect. The Provincial Treasury has undertaken the process in line with the Section 26 of bringing to the Portfolio Committee its APP and the related budget. It has 4 programs which we have dealt with and acknowledged. They've incorporated all our issues and concerns. We have not made any recommendations in terms of the APP and the budget of the Provincial Treasury. Safe to say, the Portfolio Committee has requested the Provincial Legislature resolved that the Provincial Treasury elevates its intervention mechanisms in respect of state-owned entities. We acknowledge the work done in terms of the FRP, the work done with their PERs, and the improved expenditure in terms of the provincial government departments. And I think it is important that as a portfolio committee, we acknowledge, and we did acknowledge this, that there is no money that will be leaving the province. Not a single cent will be leaving the Northwest Province. All the monies are ring-fenced, including the challenges that are there from a CASP grant in terms of agriculture, which is often a delayed paid grant. Those monies have been ring-fenced. What has not been spent has been ring-fenced for expenditure. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the Portfolio Committee supports the APP and the budget with no challenge or impediment from any member or any political party, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mojo. Honorable Moema, 10 minutes.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let me take this opportune moment and greet the Speaker of the House, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, leadership collective of the EFF led by Commissar Shakes Botswe, members of this house, our guests today, leadership collective of our communities, and also traditional leaders led by Kosima Otwe, Kaludumedis. You know, I think firstly, let me agree with the Honorable MEC for Finance that yes, indeed, it is not yet Uhuru. Over 3 decades into freedom and democracy, young people are still languishing in poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So the status quo has not changed, despite that those who went to exile, those who got to Robben Island, claiming to be fighting for young people or for the future. Today, they happen to be the very same ones that are using our municipalities, that are using our government department as a business ticket to can live a better life exclusively for themselves and their families. And I think one good thing, I didn't hear you acknowledging your family, children, and so on. I think you're the first MEC. The rest, those who came before you, they were acknowledging their families, their children, as if this budget is not a budget of the people, it's the budget of their families. So I think in that direction, we might move towards a better thing. Let me go to the issue of consultants, Honorable MEC. As a portfolio committee on public accounts, we've been having engagements with the municipalities, Honorable MEC, and among other inherent mandates you have as an MEC or as a department for treasury in the province is to support municipalities in terms of budget, spending, revenue collection, and so on. And it happens that a report gets released by National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs that collectively in the Northwest Province, we have spent over 344 million on consultants, and that we have been vocal about. And as the EFF, we're not even claiming, we have already tabled a motion for a debate in this house. We already debated that debate, and I think we're part of those who are debating that particular debate tabled by the EFF, arguing that provincial treasury must be robust and aggressive in terms of ensuring that they support these particular municipalities that heavily relies on consultants. The Auditor General of South Africa, in his report, he even flags it to say, even the work that can be conducted internally, for example, we have VET 201, is also outsourced to consultants. Yet we have people who are employed in the finance units of the municipalities to can deal with those annual financial statements, we have VAT 201, asset registry, and all these other aspects. What is even worrisome is that even aspects of finance in the finance unit that do not even need aspects of engineering or high technical acumen like your engineering and so forth, they still can conduct them internally. In other areas, it is reasonable to some extent that if you don't have engineers, and the work of engineers is very expensive to can have, but having consultants is even more painful in municipalities where there are no such areas. But also, that money could be redirected to, or can be repurposed to deal with service delivery. If you have to take that 344 million MEC finance and direct it to service delivery, you can build more schools, you can buy more buses for scholar transport, you can do so many things, you can deal with the backlog of NTI as an entity. And we find ourselves in a situation where now these consultants are used as a shortcut to unethical fundraising, because that is unethical fundraising. If you employ somebody in a finance unit to say you must be dealing with this aspect of dealing with annual financial statement reporting and to the AG and so on, and a person fails to do so, it becomes a problem. But what is worse is that it seems like they don't have monitoring tools. You look at these municipalities, they hire consultants, they spend millions of money on these consultants, but AG will then flag them and say, but even this submission of statements, there are errors, they were incorrect, there were omissions and so on, but they're still paid. They don't even penalize them, they don't blacklist them, they allow them to continue. It becomes business as usual. So we are saying to you, I think those are some of the mechanisms maybe you must strengthen. And I'm going to tell you just soon why we're going to reject your budget. It's because the work you have as an MEC treasurer is a lot, because for you to capacitate, you need capacity building. I remember Honorable Oliphant, not so long ago, he was confusing being competent and being qualified. We're questioning competence of one HOD, he's a doctor in one of the departments. And we're saying, no, this HOD, we are told that he was incompetent in one of the departments. And Honorable Oliphant come here, no, this guy even has a PhD. You might have a PhD, but competence is not tested based on your qualifications. By the way, let me tell you something. All these people who are engaged in corruption in the finance units of municipalities, your supply chain management and so forth, all of them are qualified. Some are accountants, some they host master's degrees in accounting sciences, some have PhDs like Honorable Oliphant are saying, but they still steal money because it's not about your qualifications. Now, how do you then move about, and you didn't mention that, how are you going to assist these municipalities to have ethical people, because it's not about them being qualified. And that's one of the aspect the AG is raising, that there's a skills gap in our municipalities. Yes, you hire this person because he's an accountant and so on. They get there, they're still incompetent. Now, how do we work around that particular situation? But even worse, when COPTA provides training for them, when even Treasury provides training for them, some of these employees, that is the report of the AG. AG is saying these people do not even participate in those particular capacity building programs. So what consequences are going to put in place? Now, I will then propose that you introduce technology in your systems, because today we can't trust human beings. We're dealing with finances of our people without a proper system where you can detect whenever there's corruption. Without introduction of technology, it means we'll obviously, from time to time, rely on these human beings, on these individuals who are not happy with their salaries, who thinks that they must use the money of the people, budget of the municipality to now enjoy their lives, and so on. Honorable MEC, can I be protected?
You are protected.
Yo, Tswadi. Honorable MEC, we have a challenge. Entities like your NTI and ourselves, we wrote to even the Premier ourselves, asking a question to say, Premier, are you even aware that an escrow account was opened by NTI together with some 2 private companies that are doing business with NTI? Are you aware of that? The Premier did acknowledge in his written response to our question that such an account was open. So that's why we're saying to you, let's have systems where you are able to detect. It can't be that now you're going to rely on the reports of this individual. Sometimes when they even refuse with that individual, with that report or giving you access to that information, you're going to now be frustrated. So we are saying to you, invest on human capital to can assist you. Now we are saying we are placing a motion of no confidence against all these consultants in the province, because all they are doing is in bad faith. Now, it means our only hope now should be Provincial Treasury to can unleash human capital, human resources, to go to these municipalities and rescue our finance units. Now, with this budget, it don't be enough for you to can have, particularly on administration or program 1, because that's what you are dealing with, your human capital and so forth. So we are saying, can we appropriate more budget to you, so that this one we're rejecting is very little, because you need human capital to can intervene in municipalities. You also need to employ more, technological mechanisms to can have as monitoring tools of this system. The other issue, Honorable MEC, and you're saying we must applaud the department for that you spend 99% of the appropriated budget in the recent financial year. But the AG is also concerned about that, to say your budget expenditure of many departments. I can mention even public works. For instance, you look at areas like they're saying it's road maintenance and so forth, the grass cutting and whatnot. They will spend 100% of that budget. But you look at their key performance areas, you find that they have not met their key performance targets. So that also doesn't make sense. Maybe if you can make sense for us that you spend 99%, but also are you meeting your key service delivery targets? Because your expenditure must also complement also a service delivery on the ground. So there's a dialectical symbiosis or dialectical symbiotic link between the two. You can't separate the two, they're interdependent. Also, I think the issue of vacancy rates in the municipalities, maybe we must come with a way of remunerating better in rural areas. For instance, there's always vacancy rates in your rural municipalities. From time to time, in other municipalities, while other municipalities they have parallel CFOs. For example, in Mamusa, they have parallel CFO, but you go to Kakisan, they are struggling to have a CFO in these rural municipalities. They are saying that you are not paying well there, and so on. Can we have a strategy, at least, of remunerating better in these municipalities, so that we don't find our situation where our people cannot be serviced on the basis that there are no resources, and obviously there's no service delivery. They would want to stay in such areas. The other issue is the issue of supply chain management, Honorable MEC. We need to invest in training of these senior managers and also personnel who operate within that space, because in most cases they don't comply with the relevant legislations that deal with supply chain management and procurement processes, intervention. So it means you're going to need more budget once again. Hence, we are saying this one is little to conduct trainings, and some of this training they need to be highly, capacitated. You must corroborate with proper institutions that are credible. Honorable, yes, I agree. Let's corroborate with your NW and so on, but also let's check other institutions that perfect this area of finance. Different business schools. I don't think they will have a problem with assisting institutions like your municipalities. I think everyone wants to see our municipalities moving to a better direction. Honorable MEC.
As
I wrap up, there's a serious crisis of unemployment. You appeared before us, we're talking about 1976 and so on. It shouldn't be a talk show. It shouldn't be the issue of denouncing or problematizing unemployment without making interventions. I'm saying once again, if we can employ these young unemployed graduates who are fresh from varsity, incorporate them into our municipalities on a permanent basis, give them sustainable jobs so that we don't lose them. We don't have a brain drain, a sort of brain drain from our municipalities because these people want to go to private companies and so on. They end up even opening companies, becoming consultants. Let's find a way of ensuring that we incorporate them and we also fight this unemployment of young people, particularly those who are graduates in those faculties of accounting sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moema. Honorable Steenkamp. You've got 8 minutes.
This thing. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Provincial Treasury is perhaps the one department the public rarely notices, yet the success or failure of every other department depends on whether Treasury fulfills its constitutional mandate. When Treasury when suppliers wait months for payment, Treasury has a role. When municipalities descend into financial crisis, Treasury has a role. When irregular expenditure continues year after year without consequence, Treasury has a role. That is why this budget deserves careful consideration. The Democratic Alliance is not interested in opposing for the sake of opposing, Honourable Oliphant. The people of the Northwest need a provincial treasury that is strong, professional, independent, and uncompromising in protecting public finances. For that reason, the DA will support this budget. But our support is not an endorsement of the status quo. It is an investment of what Treasury can become. Honourable Deputy Speaker, there are several commitments in this annual performance plan that deserves recognition. Treasury remains focused on strengthening financial governance, improving audit outcomes, supporting municipalities, and enhancing supply chain management. These priorities go to the heart of Treasury's constitutional responsibilities. The commitment to conduct quarterly financial assessments is particularly important. Government cannot wait until year-end to discover that departments have overspent, underspent, or just failed to implement their budgets. Regular oversight creates opportunities for early interventions. We also welcome Treasury's continued support for municipalities. Too many municipalities continue to struggle with weak financial management, poor revenue collection, and declining audit outcomes. Treasury's financial recovery plan and technical support are essential if local government is to regain sustainability. Equally encouraging is the focus on strengthening procurement systems. Every irregular tender or inflated contract is money taken away from service delivery. Better procurement means better schools, better clinics, better roads. The commitment to ensure valid invoices are paid within 30 days is equally important. Small businesses cannot survive when government itself becomes their biggest debtor. Treasury must ensure this commitment is honoured across all departments. Honourable Deputy Speaker, while we recognise these positive commitments, there are areas where Treasury must do more. Our first concern is that too many performance indicators measure activity rather than impact. The APP is filled with targets relating to reports, strategies, workshops, and assessments. Now, don't get me wrong, those are important activities and they matter, but the real question is whether they change outcomes. Are departments reducing irregular expenditure? Are infrastructure projects being completed on time? Are municipalities becoming financially sustainable? Government shouldn't measure how busy it is. It should measure whether governance is improving. Secondly, Treasury must evolve from being a department that advises into a department that enforces. The province has no shortage of policies and compliance and frameworks. What it lacks is consequent management. Too often, Treasury identifies problems, issues recommendations, and provides support only for the same department to come back year after year with exactly the same findings. There comes a point where support must be followed by accountability. Departments that repeatedly ignore Treasury's guidance should face real consequences for persistent financial mismanagement. And thirdly, Treasury should place greater emphasis on preventing financial losses before they occur. The people of this province are less interested in improved audit opinions than they are in fewer millions being lost through irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Again, don't get me wrong, a clean audit is important. It is extremely important. But an honest government that spends public money wisely is even more important. Honourable Deputy Speaker, infrastructure deserves special attention. Every year, this House allocates billions for infrastructure, yet communities continue to see abandoned projects, delayed schools, incomplete clinics, and roads that deteriorate faster than they are repaired. Treasury must become more proactive. Financial oversight should identify failing projects long before budgets are exhausted. Early intervention is always cheaper than repairing failure after the fact. The same principle applies to municipalities. Communities do not judge municipalities by their audit reports. They judge them by whether water flows in taps, whether the refuse is collected, whether potholes are repaired, and whether sewage stays in the pipes instead of running through their streets or homes. Treasury's interventions must ultimately translate into better service delivery. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Treasury also recognises that government cannot simply spend its way out of every challenge. Responsible governments do not demand more money. They manage existing resources better. That is why Treasury occupies such a critical position in government. Today, the DA supports this budget because we believe the province needs a Treasury that is capable, professional, and courageous enough to protect public finances. But let our support not be misunderstood. It is a challenge to become the department that prevents waste instead of merely recording it. The department that strengthens municipalities instead of merely advising them. The department that enforces financial discipline instead of merely recommending it. The department that ensures every accounting officer understands that public money is not the government's money. It is the money of the people. Next year, we will judge Treasury by these outcomes, whether irregular expenditure has declined, whether municipalities are financially healthier, where the infrastructure projects are delivered more efficiently, where the departments have become more accountable, and ultimately, where the people of the Northwest receive better services because their money has finally been managed with the care, integrity, and discipline that they deserve. Deputy Speaker, for these reasons, the Democratic Alliance will support Budget Vote 7. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Steenkamp. Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Provincial Treasury is where financial excuses should end, not where they are filed, not where they are explained, not where they are carried over into another financial year. This vote asks the House to approve 659 million for a department that must guard the public purse. This is a serious responsibility in a province where departments, entities and municipalities continue to struggle with financial discipline. Treasury's APP contains 37 indicators. It covers spending assessments, municipal support, SCM interventions, audit action plans, risk maturity, invoice payments, and revenue collection. That all sounds proper. But the public does not feel an indicator. The public feels a clinic without medicine because money was mismanaged. A contractor was not paid on time because the system failed. A municipality that cannot deliver water because its finances are broken. A project was delayed because supply chain management was weak from the beginning. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Treasury cannot merely diagnose financial illness. It must stop the bleeding. It targets 1.4 billion in provincial owned revenue. Then the question is, which department are under-collecting, why are they under-collecting, and what consequence follow? It was 3 municipalities to achieve clean audit. Then the question is, why only 3? And what happens to the municipalities that remain financially unstable? It assessed municipal budgets. Then the question is, when a budget is unfunded or unrealistic, does Treasury intervene firmly enough before residents pay the price? Treasury must become less polite with failures. A department that ignores audit findings must feel it. A municipality that budgets irresponsibly must be confronted. SCM non-compliance must not be treated solely as a training opportunity. It must become a consequent management issue. The Freedom Front Plus supports a Treasury that is strict, independent, and unafraid. But this vote still feels too comfortable with the monitoring system that records problem after the damage is done. Taxpayers do not need the Treasury to describe waste. They need the Treasury to prevent it. For that reason, the Freedom Front Plus cannot lend its support to this vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Groenewald. Honourable Matze. 7 minutes.
Nya re tla mo lekela mageu panana le khokhuo. Motlatsa musakgotla motlotlegi tonakgolo maloko a Khuduthamaga maloko a kokoanopeo molao ye magosi a rona ka kwano ke le tutlile ba gaetso ba Northwest re fa mo letsatsi le go tla go tsena mo dikganetsanong tsa tekanyetsokabo ya lefapha la matlotlo mme go maleba gore ka gore kete batho ba re na le bone ka kwano segolo jang ba mo molemeng wa me ga ba itse gore re tswa re le ko kae tiro e re diranye ke a eng ka letsatsi le ka ngwaga wa 1955 ko Kliptown baeteledipele ba Afrika Borwa ba ba farologaneng ba ne ba amogela se re se bitsang Freedom Charter. Yaanong tekanyetso kabo e ha o sa tlhaloganye Freedom Charter, e tla go taga. E tla go taga, o tla bua dipuo re makale gore wa reng. Yaanong a re thusane gore Freedom Charter ya reng. Ke a nopola, we the people of South Africa declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. That our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustice. That our country will never be prosperous or free until all our people live in brotherhood, enjoying equal rights and opportunities. That only a democratic state based on the will of all the people can secure to all their birthright without distinction of color, race, sex, or belief. And therefore, we, the people of South Africa, black and white, together as equals, countrymen and brothers, adopt this Freedom Charter. And we pledge ourselves to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage, until democratic changes here set out have been won. Close quote. Now, mo re tlo go batla madi a gore re diragatse dilo tsa Freedom Charter. Ha ra tla dipuo ha tse re sa itseng gore di a kae. Ke se re se tletseng mo. Re tletse so seo ha. Ra la kgola mokhuduthamaga ka clean audit ya dingwaga tse dintsi-ntsiana ra la kgola. Batho ba ba bua clean audit hela ha ise ba ke ba e bone ka matlho etelang lefapha le bone gore clean audit ke eng tle. Le ska e bua hela le sa itse gore go tewang. Ibile ra go akgola wena mokhuduthamaga motlotlega mokhuduthamaga gore tiro ya go centralize all the audit functions e tsweletse pele. Ene re akgole gore batho ba ba ko audit ba re ba thapang gangwe le gape e ka nna di-cluster committee, e ka nna le central audit, profile ya bone ke kgotsofatsang, di-qualifications tsa bone ke tse di kgotsofatsang, le professionalism ya bone ya bonagala mo mosebetsing o ba o dirang. Now, se se botlhokwa ke gore re ka se ka nna le government mo democracy e leng gore ga e tsamaisi ebile e tlhotlheletsa gore go nne ethical conduct. Ene re itumela gore mananeo a rona a tsenya selo seo mokhuduthamaga. Mme re tshwenyega ka gore ha re rona re bona dipegelo tsa moruni ka karetso go bo masepala go sentsane go nna le ba ba thapilweng ke puso ba ba itekang lesego ka dithendara tsa bo masepala. Re kopa gore go nne le mokgwa wa go ba latedisisa gore tsamaiso e tlhomame. Mme se sengwe se re batlang go se tlhagisa ke gore bobodu bone a bo ske ba nna le mo boka nna le stand plaque fo teng. Bobodu a bofele. Ene mo e ke teng mongwe wa akanya bobodu a re mo tshware pele a diragatsa bobodu. Ntho engwe e botlhokwa ke go netefatsa gore re tswella re aga gore batho ba Afrika Borwa ba tshepe tsamaiso ya rona. Ene selo se re se dira ka mananeo a farologaneng a wa tlhalositseng. African National Congress e na le policy. Re itumella gore makoko a mangwe otlhe a amogela ya no policy e tlileng ka rona African National Congress e reng ha batho ba dirile tiro mo setheong sa puso a ba
full oversight because of the limited budget that is being apportioned or appropriated to us as members of this particular legislature. On your page 5, Honorable MEC, with due respect, you have reflected, or it is just a true reflection of what is transpiring or happening across the province, both municipalities as well as government departments. You alluded to 5.3 billion under provincial procurement expenditure that went to women. You alluded to 2.2 billion, the expenditure that went to youth. And indeed, that is a true reflection of the ignorance of disabled people in this particular province. Hence, there is no billion, 1 billion, that you have spoke about in as far as disabled people are concerned. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier of the Northwest Province has on the 27th February 2025 in the State of the Province address, page 7, made the pronouncement that the Provincial Treasury will be seized with the responsibility to develop a framework and regulations that speaks to localization through supply chain management policies related to the new Public Procurement Act without obstructing the country's constitutional imperatives. I would like to send or to request the MEC responsible to provide a written response as to what progress has the Northwest Provincial Treasury made since the 27th February 2025 to date to develop a draft framework and regulations that speaks to localization through supply chain management policies that is within national legislation as announced by the Honorable Premier in the 2025 SOPA address. The answer that is being obtained, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that they are waiting for National Treasury to take the lead. We are of the view that our Provincial Treasury, Honorable Deputy Speaker, seems to be reactive in this particular critical, no crucial matter, and they do not think outside the box to promote the economic advancement of the people of this particular province. In terms of the Intergovernmental Relations Act, we have the Finance MEC who sits in the National Treasury, Minimec. There is nothing that prevents our own Provincial Treasury from proactively developing or drafting this particular policy, draft a policy and regulations, and then give them to the Honorable MEC and Premier for tabling in the Minimec and Presidential Coordinating Council, where other 9 MECs and Premiers sit in this particular regard, in order to influence the direction of the country to fast-track economic emancipation. There is a forum, Honorable Deputy Speaker, of Provincial Treasuries, as I close, with National Treasury, where our Provincial Treasury HOD sits with National Treasury and other provinces. The Intergovernmental Relations Act allows, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Treasury HOD to table our draft in that forum for discussions with a view of influencing the direction and pace of the National Treasury, rather than waiting for 7 to 10 years for National Treasury to act. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Zebega.
You must say you support the budget.
Member Ramos of Portfolio Committee.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I don't know why Honorable Boots is intimidating me with a smile. It looks like he's doing this in anticipation of what I don't know. No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Premier, members of Executive, members of Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress goal of state transformation is centered on building a developmental state that provides for effective basic services with capabilities to take forward a far-reaching agenda of national economic development, whilst at the same time placing people and their involvement at the center of this process. At the center of our transformation agenda, we have successfully strengthened fiscal sustainability, improved financial governance, enhanced infrastructure delivery, and supported municipalities to ensure sound financial and resource management. This budget should continue empowering the government to intervene decisively in the rendering
service delivery and the provision of infrastructure for the people of the Northwest. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is not negotiable that the Provincial Treasurer should continue setting the example and continue to achieve clean audits, focus on good governance and tangible service delivery, take into account the ever-increasing demand for resources and building adequate competency and capacity within the department. Treasury should use this budget to address financial irregularities in the department that have been stagnant on unqualified audit opinion, with material finding to clean audit and promote ethical and good governance while enhancing service delivery. We should, through this budget, continue to assist departments and their entity in terms of capacity building in the areas of supply chain management intervention, including compliance with supply chain regulations. These initiatives will help in enhancing procurement efficiency within the public sector. This will ensure that procurement is responsive to the present development needs of our women, youth, and people with disability in the province. This will further strengthen supplier database registration of micro, small, and medium enterprise owned by targeted groups by enhancing their access to the government contracts. The performance and compliance of municipalities in the province remain a concern. Hence, the ANC-led democratic government from time to time support and strengthen the work of our municipalities to discharge their developmental mandate. The ANC January 8 Declaration of 2026 as a year of decisive action to fix local government and improve basic services to defend, consolidate, and advance our government and province is a non-negotiable mandate to which all role players and agencies must respond without fail. We therefore welcome Treasury's commitment to use this budget to intervene in various municipalities, including Bujanala Platinum and Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District municipalities, as well as Moretele local municipality, to move from unqualified to clean audit outcomes. This budget should be used to strengthen support for municipalities so they can shift from prolonged financial distress to a more stable and sustainable fiscal position through revised financial recovery plan strategy. This support must be extended to other financially distressed municipalities. Mamusa and Makwasi Hills local municipalities must be direct beneficiaries in this support. Of this support. The caring and compassionate ANC-led government must continue to fix local government and improve basic services by strengthening financial governance, improve compliance with legislative requirements, and supporting the effective implementation of consequence management. In doing so, we welcome the commitment of the Northwest Provincial Treasurer to continue capacitating municipal disciplinary boards across the province to handle consequence management flowing from unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. This support must remain critical in promoting accountability, strengthening governance, and safeguarding public resources. The Provincial Treasury must continue to monitor the effectiveness of this oversight structures to ensure that they fulfill their mandate in departments, public entities, and in municipalities. In responding or with reference to Honorable Moema and Honorable Steenkamp, we must assure you that the African National Congress commends the Northwest Provincial Treasury efforts to curb the over-reliance on consultants in municipalities by enforcing skill transfers, linking spending directly to audit improvements, and partnering with academic institutions to build internal capacity, as this strategy will resolve the cycle of dependency where local systems collapse once contract expires. I think this helps to respond to the concerns that we have raised. Local government remains, therefore, the sphere closest to the citizens on the daily lives, where the injunction of Freedom Charter that the people shall govern must find its most direct expression. Municipalities must therefore fulfill their basic obligation, fix potholes, remove refuse removal, keep communities clean and green, and provide clean water and sanitation. This budget must remain a strategic framework that underscores the ANC-led government's solid commitment to change the quality of life of our people. In response to the statement made by Honorable Moema, where you actually preemptively said you reject the budget, even before you could conclude your statement, it was so unfortunate, and there's very little that we can do, because we came here having concluded that we will not support this budget. As it relates to the consultants and professionals, they are not politicians, so you can't remove them through motion of no confidence. which you alluded to. They are professionals. So I thought, listening attentively, that you're going to come up with quantifiable reasons, because you are speaking to finances, which are numbers, to be able to explain your position, but it is an opportunity lost because you are communicating to the consultant through a political language, which is not what they went to school for. Honorable Steenkamp, you spoke today like a real public representative, and we must appreciate that. But going forward, you were at a certain point a little bit general. If you can quantify as you deal with numbers, however, I think the MEC have taken note of what we've said today. It's quite clear that the same thing applies to Honorable Groenewald. There was just very little that came out of what you were trying to put here. I can see you are tired because you are alone. You have to move across all committees. You could not have time to prepare thoroughly. But going forward, we will be patient with you. We understand you are alone. We hope in the next elections, it will not be zero. We still need to hear a different voice from other political parties without losing our votes and seats for that reason. Once more, thank you very much. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker, this budget should ensure efficient support and sustainable public financial management, which is fundamental to the promotion of economic development, good governance, social progress, and a rising standard of living for all in the province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, therefore, African National Congress support the adoption of the budget vote of the Northwest Provincial Treasury 2026-27 to enhance service delivery and change the lives of our people. This is our time to fix local government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sibero. Honorable Msanyuku, responses, 10 minutes.
Ke a leboga motlatsa mmusa kgotla. Le motsamaisi mogolo o teng ka kwano, Director General. Thank you very much, Honorable Steenkamp, for responding to Honorable Moema, that you must do with what you have, you must do, with the little that you have, you must do something. And it's important that he registers that part, that it's not about increasing the resources, it's about what are you doing with what you have. And we can't all the time argue that every department needs more money, every baseline must be reviewed. We've reported in the previous financial year adjustment that the provincial government has experienced a cut in the budget, and it's important for us to devise new strategies to ensure that we address the shortfall. And obviously, we acknowledge the intervention that has been made. And I welcome all the inputs that have been made that recognizes the work that we have been doing as the Provincial Treasury. And Honorable Groenewald, our shame, what's the king? Khotla siyama khone ga tlhaloganya. It shall be okay, because you've been coming here the whole week. I don't know, you've been coming here and you are just here and standing, I don't support, and then you move nicely and slowly. So this is the work that, I mean, people have wasted the vote on you. But I hope in future, the people of the province will elect the right people to lead, who will stand here and acknowledge the good work and also influence what new things must be done and provide a solution. Because you can't sit here and not provide a solution. And many of those who have spoken have also provided a solution while they acknowledge the good work that we are doing. Honorable Moema, most of the municipalities, you have majority seats. You have, most of the municipalities, ke tlhakanelo ya dithoto. Ke tlhakanelo ya dithoto. In those municipalities, you are also contributing. So all the issues that you have raised here that we must do, we must collectively do it with yourselves. Because Most municipalities, we are all
Order.
represented, most political parties that are here. So we
Deputy
can't
Speaker.
want to decide that we
Deputy
don't take
Speaker.
responsibility.
Deputy Speaker.
When we have a strong
Deputy
voice
Speaker.
in those municipalities.
Yeah, I wasn't recognize. I'll recognize myself. Killing keep whoever Yeah. So, Deputy Speaker, we don't have majority in any council.
Honorable Honorable Devampe, who said you must talk?
I don't recognize it.
No, I was going to recognize you. Sit down.
Killing
Sit down.
But I don't have majority
Sit down. Sit
But we
down.
accept that
No,
on the
sit down.
4th of November,
Sit
we will
down.
have majority in all the 22 municipalities.
Sit down, Honorable Devampe.
Akere le na le go itseela majority bathong. Le ntse le itseela majority, so-
Honorable Mutsumi, please attend to Honorable Dabampe.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Lindsay Litzela majority. And in some municipalities, you have
She
a
must come. I want
significant
all of
say
you
even
combined.
on oversight.
Cruelly weak.
So the issue of consultant, it has been raised for a longest period of time. It's not a new discovery. And that's why we have been consistent with most municipalities to ensure that we build capacity. And there are areas that we all acknowledge, and in our oversight role collectively in those municipalities, because we have seats there, is to ensure that when we employ people or address the structure of that municipality, we ensure that Budget Treasury Office is capacitated with people who can perform functions that are required of them to do the functions internally. Amongst those, if you know that there are employees who can do it, why do we agree and accept that the municipality must outsource those functions? So we must challenge administration to ensure collectively that they utilize some of the officials that are there, and some of them who are there and are not capacitated, collectively we capacitate. And we've been reporting here that if you read our report, on a quarterly basis, we meet at CFO's forum. And CFOs that are not attending, I write to all the executive mayors and mayors to say they must advise those CFOs to start attending our meetings. We write to all the mayors that in the accounting officers forum, where we identify that those accounting officers are not attending, we write to them that they must attend those forums so that we are able to strengthen the weaknesses that ensure that we address the weaknesses that exist in municipalities, because this is a collective effort. And we recognize that they are accounting officers, because we are not going to do the work on behalf of accounting officers.
Honorable MEC, Honorable Mwema, what are you raising on?
Thank you. I just want to check if the MEC is prepared to take a question.
Why it's in sendela message ko ntle, we will take that question. The employment of senior managers is a collective responsibility of council. And there are sets of regulations that we must all adhere to. So when a presentation is done in council on an appointment of any senior manager, they would have told you that they've done vetting, they've done competency assessment, and all other issues. And all those institutions, they must also have a policy on combating corruption and reporting such issues and the process that must unfold. So collectively, because we all have a seat in council ourselves, we must ensure that we appoint ethical people, all of us, because we take a decision in those council, and we do agree with you. But at the same time, we must agree that ethical issues, sometimes it's an individual themselves. We can comply with all the relevant processes that are required, verify the qualification, do verification check, vet the individual. When a person is there performing those functions, we are not there half the time to ensure it's about the individual. So ourselves as South African, it's upon us to recognize and acknowledge that this is our government. And if we don't take care of it as governors, as administrators, and allow it to collapse in our hands, then we will all have contributed. So it all goes again back to the individual and our collective responsibility to hold those individuals accountable. And we fully agree in terms of the deployment of technology. We did articulate it previously that we will do as such. And we are busy with the process, because with the current immune system, with municipalities reporting on it, there are serious challenges with the accuracy of information, because it's it's not necessarily compelling municipalities to, or it's not integrated to an extent that municipalities, when they perform a certain transaction, they are dependent on that system. So we are obviously committed into that process, and we are engaging into it. The process, Honorable Tolo, of the baseline, I mean the issue of disability, we fully agree. And we are in the process of assessing, and we reported that with Tunsalirolo processes, we've been registering new people in the province. And out of that, an engagement that we're having also with persons with disability, the threshold that we are compelled to adhere to, we will address it. And we are reporting on a quarterly basis to EXCO and giving all the members of the executive, and I'm sure HOD is doing the same in XTech, so that they can evaluate themselves and their performance in terms of empowering persons with disability or living with disability, women and youth. And as this government, we are committed to that. And I've spoken also to the veterans as well. The budget processes, it's done at the budget forum with municipalities participating, and the budget council, we also participate. And I'm sure the process that you are speaking about, Honorable Solo, what I can tell you is that there is nowhere when the law says we must wait for the regulation, because the Public Procurement Act highlights that there will be a regulation. So we can't be sitting here as the Provincial Treasury alone and developing the regulations. We've been part of the team at the National Treasury, and we have contributed in the draft regulations that were publicized in April. And the closing date for public comment is now in July, and you may make your own submission. And only from there, which is what we've been saying, we will develop a policy informed by the Public Procurement Act and the regulation that is out now. Once it's finalized, we can develop a policy, and we will all be empowered ourselves to ensure that we drive the issue of localization robustly. But it doesn't prohibit us even currently to drive that localization. But you would know that this matter was challenged in court, and hence we are where we are, and there had to be a revision of that Public Procurement Act. So the commitment from our side is there, and then we agree, honorable members, that the intervention, as you say, in all other municipalities, we would move in as per the recommendation of the committee, and we recognize obviously the improvement of Ramotsere, and I think MEC Mulapisi spoke also of Ratlo. I did not want to reiterate the details, because both the Honorable Premier and MEC Mulapisi spoke about some of the performance improvement in municipalities, including in Dr. RSM and Naledi municipality. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we agree that enforcement of consequence management is still our responsibility, and we must ensure that we recover where there's a need for us to recover. But let's not forget that this is our collective responsibility, and these institutions, it's not just the ANC appointing in these municipalities. You are also sitting there, you are appointing. As you play oversight on us, you must equally do your part at municipality level. And let's agree in future that the budget, we must not just agree to just coming every year to reject budgets. What are we saying about the service delivery? The oversight that you want to play, where are you going to play it? When you say there must not be, the budget must not be adopted, it means you have intentions to collapse government when a budget is not adopted. So the public must not be misled, as I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msenori. Members, does the House adopt a committee report?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The yes have it, obviously. Thank you, honorable members. The committee report is now adopted. I will now read the roll call to determine if there's a quorum. Honorable Babuile Ubuile.
Ke
Honorable
teng,
Babuile.
I've been here. I ka boa. Ska ba mislead the community ni.
Honorable Bokhatsu. Honorable Botswe.
Ke teng motlatsa Musa Khotla.
Honorable Dabampe.
No getting.
Honorable Danchi.
Jwale ka metlha ke gone.
Honorable Dyer.
Ke teng Musa Khotla ka boa ntse ke le teng fa.
Agbare Groenewald.
Teenwoordig aan
Honorable Kuno.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang. Honorable Lehari.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Nkopani. Honorable Makhakhane. Honorable Makhokhoa. Honorable Matse.
Ke teng.
Mototleng Matuane.
Ke teng.
Mototleng Memodise.
Mme o gone motlatsa speaker.
Honorable Moema.
Ke teng Musa Khotla.
Honorable Mohono.
Present, yes.
Honorable Mokhosi.
Ke teng, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Mukua.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Mototleng Malapisi.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Moren.
President Speaker, and I fully support the budget, unlike Matuane and Moema. I support
Thank
the
you,
budget.
Honorable Moren. I didn't ask if you adopt the budget or not. Honorable Mosenoge.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Re teng kana mana.
Honorable Mutsumi.
I'm present, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Oliphant.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Present, Deputy Speaker. I give you Honorable Mojo. Honorable Khosha.
Teenwoordig, Deputy Speaker.
Mhlonishwa Sambata.
Ndikhona Sekela Somlo.
Mtotleng Sebego. Honorable Sonakile. Ya go making mo Mtotleng Sebego so that on
No,
record.
no, at least you are aware. Yes, I am available.
Okay. Honorable Sonakile. Mhlonishwa Sonti. Honorable Steenkamp.
Present, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Stale.
Ek is hier, agbare onderspeaker.
Honorable Tlapi.
Ke teng mo ntlong ya gago, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Tsolo.
Ke teng motlotlegi motlatsa Musa Khotla.
Honorable Van Heesten. Honorable Olwan.
Teenwoordig, Adjunct Speaker.
Honorable Williams. Members, I have satisfied myself that the majority of members are present in the House to adopt the budget. We will now adopt the budget program by program. Program 1, 199,863,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 1? Program 2, Sustainable Resource Management, 195,330,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 2?
Yes.
Program 3, 67,993,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Program 4, Financial Governance, 195,921,000 rands. Does the House adopt the budget for Program 4?
Yes.
The Provincial Treasury Budget Vote 7, 2026-27 totaling 659,107,000 rands is now adopted. MEC, you are released.
Thank you. Ke lebetse most MMCs of finance are from EFF.
Honorable members, I now call on the Speaker of the Northwest Provincial Legislature, Honorable Dr. Mohono, to present the Northwest Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 2. Honorable Mohono, you have 40 minutes as per Rule 6.4, subsection 5.
Mofokeng ka tlhago, ka tsa loswele,
NQF level 10.
Mokwena.
Babampi. NQF level 10.
Thank you very much, dears. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of the Northwest Province, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the House, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, esteemed delegate of the NCOP, Executive Mayor, Speakers of municipalities and councillors, members of the House of Traditional Leaders led by Khosi Maotwe and Makhosi Arona in our midst, leaders of faith-based organization, representative from SALGA, leaders of institution of higher learning, Director General and Head of Department, managers and staff, distinguished guests, members of the community who are following us on various media platforms, ladies and gentlemen, good day. Honorable Deputy Speaker and members of the August House, the year 2026 marked the 30th year of the signing of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, which was adopted on the 8th of May of 1996 and which is globally recognized as the most progressive in the world. It is the foundation upon which we are building a society founded on freedom, dignity, equality, and opportunity for all. The legislature budget vote is an opportunity to demonstrate how the provincial legislature, an organ of people's power, is utilizing public resources to pursue its vision of building a people institution that seeks a better quality of life for all the peoples of the Northwest Province. As you are aware, our Constitution enjoins us on to transform our society into one based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Building such a society is a process to which all of us can contribute by making our voices heard here in the provincial legislature, in municipal council, and a broader society. It is evident that given our young democracy, our legislature has a particular role in promoting dialogue and free expression of views by people of the Northwest in a manner that promotes respect and dignity. This is important if we are to heal the divisions of the past. Our Constitution stands as the cornerstone of South African democracy, guaranteeing the protection of human rights, equality before the law, and the rule of law. It represents the culmination of decades of struggle against oppression and justice, and serves as a living document that continues to guide the nation's pursuit of freedom, justice, and dignity for all who live in it. Our Constitution is an embodiment of who we are as a nation, and is a testimony and an expression of our hopes, diversity, and aspiration as a nation. It is a reflection of where we come from as a nation, and it lays a foundation for our journey toward healing the divisions of the past, while also establishing a society based on democratic values, social values, and respect for fundamental rights and freedom. Our Constitution is a supreme law of the land, which binds both the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. It represents a giant move from the past, where Parliament was reigning supreme, to a new democratic era where the Constitution is supreme. We celebrate 30 years of our Constitution, not that it is the perfect, but is a vital framework for the sustenance of our democracy, progressive realization of human rights, and accountability. It is not a static document, but rather a living framework that can respond to ever-changing legal, social, and political contexts, as well as the growing material need of the population. Much has been achieved since the adoption of the Constitution. 30 years later, we can acknowledge the progress that has been made in expanding rights, strengthening democratic institutions, and building a constitutional order respected around the world. However, Given the centuries of colonization and apartheid, the transformation of our society remains an ongoing and complex project. We must recognize that many South Africans are still waiting to fully experience the benefit of this right in their daily lives. Many are still facing unemployment, crime, inequality, and poor service delivery. The best homage that we can pay to the drafters of our Constitution is to never take our hands off the deck in ensuring that the needs of our people, as enshrined in the Constitution, are progressively realized. At the beginning of the 7th term, this August House adopted a strategic plan for the legislature, which must serve as a guide and roadmap as we traverse the valley of the gauges for the term. The strategic plan identified the following key strategic areas: ensuring effective oversight over the action of the executive by strengthening the scrutiny over the work of the executive against the need of the citizenry, ensuring heightened public involvement in activities of the legislature, especially those that have an impact on their lives. Cheers. Providing effective lawmaking and effectively dealing with the old orders laws, especially those were inherited from the former homeland regime, and ensuring that the resolutions of the House are mentioned to ensure that they are monitored to ensure that they are being implemented. In order to lay foundation for the implementation of our strategic priorities, we have reviewed the standing rules of the legislature, and the 10th edition has been published. The review of the standing rules was an intricate process that ensured that inclusivity of all represented parties. The review of the standing rules has introduced new concepts that are aimed at enhancing our oversight function, such as introduction of cluster questions, streamlining and processing of various types of questions, providing for the timing of publishing reply papers, and introducing statements by members of the executive. We have put the reviewed rules into practice, and members of this House have really embraced them and are applying them in their daily operation. When we opened this term, we indicated in our policy speech that we are concerned about the petition we inherited from the 6th legislature that were not being processed. We undertook to afford the standing committee dealing with the processing of petition ample time to ensure that the backlogs is addressed. We are humbled that the backlogs of petition has been addressed, and we are now processing petition contemporaneously. Mr. Peter Simons, who constantly sent me WhatsApp inquiring that his petition is not being processed, we have duly responded last month, and the chairperson of the petition is working very hard to ensure that they deal with the petition. In the previous financial year, we received 51 petitions, and 22 of those petitions have been finalized already. To this end, we must express our appreciation to the chairperson of the Forum of Committee of Chairpersons, who is also the chairperson of the Standing Committee responsible for processing of petition, Honorable Metebogo Modise, and your team, Raleboga Maruna. We nonetheless call upon you to ensure that the petitions are now finalized within the shortest possible time. Honorable members, in the last financial year, this House adopted 252 reports, and this by any means remarkable feat. However, the question remains as to what extent as these resolutions have been implemented. Honorable Leader of Government Business, we are pleased with the improvement in the response to House resolution. But we are worried that there are departments that are simply do not respond at all. And this is an effort to our oversight processes. And in this regard, we seek your intervention as well as the intervention of the Premier. Coming to the Legislature Portfolio Committee, we have noted with great displeasure that only a few committees are exercising oversight over the implementation of the House resolution. This is although this House has resolved that each committee must have a standing agenda item in the response to the House resolution, and where slots are set aside for receiving responses to House resolution, they are either postponed or utilized for other purposes. Honorable Chairperson of Forum of Committee of Chairperson, we urge that you ensure that committee closely monitor the implementation of the House resolutions. Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of this House have been hard at work ensuring that we enact laws for the province in line with Section 104 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. 1996, which provide that the legislative authority of a province rests with the provincial legislature. To this end, we have adopted 4 provincial acts in past financial year, and among them is the Money Bill and Related Matters Amendment Act 2025, Act number 4 of 2025. The Money Bills and Related Matters Amended Act 2025 is an important piece of legislation that will enable the legislature to have a meaningful contribution in the allocation of finances to provincial departments and organs of state. Unlike the present situation where the legislature invariably adopt the appropriated fund as introduced by the executive without any contribution from the legislature. We have also effectively participated in the National Parliament lawmaking processes in line with the provision of the mandating procedure of Provinces Act 2008, Act number 52 of 2008, and to this end, we have conferred negotiating and voting mandate on the following NCOP bill: the Marine Oil Pollution Bill, the Division of Revenue Bill, the Public Administration Management Bill, the Public Service Amendment Bill, the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, and the Public Service Amendment Bill. It is our resolve that we must continue to fully participate in the NCOP lawmaking processes and ensure that all negotiating and final mandate are provided within the time frame of the NCOP. We will continue engaging with NCOP to ensure that we reach a stage where the program of the NCOP and that of the legislature are completely synchronized. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we still have sizable number of old order laws that are appearing on our statute books. And this is really concerning and is a strong indication that we are not doing well in that our lawmaking processes are not fast enough. We are therefore calling your office, Honorable Premier, to ensure that the old order laws that are obsolete and that are still in our statute books are repealed, and those that need amendment are amended accordingly. We therefore request that your office introduce to this August House a general law that will repeal all the obsolete pieces of legislation in the current financial year. Honourable members, one of our responsibilities enshrined in the Constitution is to facilitate public involvement and also educate the communities of the province so that they can actively participate in the government activities and therefore fully enjoy their constitutional right. Public participation enhances democratic governance by fostering transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in decision-making processes. When citizens actively engage in governance, they contribute diverse perspectives that inform policy development, ensuring that the need and interests of various communities are represented. It is therefore important that we do not pay lip service in our public participation processes, and we must engage people more meaningfully and ensure that we provide them with feedback on the matters that we have consulted them on. Honourable members, our public participation activities must be rooted in the following principle: promotion of active and representative participation toward enabling a community member to meaningfully influence the decisions that affect their lives, engagement on community members in learning and understanding community issues, and the economic, social, environmental, political, psychological, and other associated causes of action. Incorporation of the diverse interests and cultures of the community in the development process, and disengagement from support of any effort that is likely to adversely affect the disadvantaged members of the community. Active enhancement of the leadership capacity of community members, leaders, and groups within the community, and utilization of community diversity to deepen shared understanding and produce outcome of long-term benefit to the whole community or society. In the current financial year, we will therefore engage in several public participation processes, among them being the program of taking the legislature to the people, various sectoral parliament that are dedicated to the interest group in society. Honorable COC, we are pleased with the manner in which you are leading the process. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are pleased with the manner in which you are leading the process of engaging with various sectors of society through the sectoral parliament. We, however, urge that report must be adopted after each sectoral parliament, and those reports must be tabled in the August House for adoption, and thereafter be referred to the affected department or organs of state for implementations. The resolutions that are taken at those sectoral parliament must be followed up on to ensure that they are implemented. In the current financial year, we are planning to hold the following sectoral parliaments in addition to the program of taking the legislature to the people: the Youth Parliament, Women Parliament, Mining in the Province Sectoral Parliament, Health Sector Parliament, and Parliament for People with Disability. Honorable members, going together with sectoral parliament must be the intensification of civic education in order to ensure that our communities fully engage in the affairs that affect their daily lives. Honorable members, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Matamela, has pronounced the 4th of November as the date for the local government election, and therefore our public participation activities must be responsive to this pronouncement. The voter turnout at the 2021 local government election, as well as the 2024 national and provincial general election, must make us restless. On the 1st of November 2021, of the 26.2 million people who were registered to vote, only 12 million turned out to vote. In 2024 national and provincial general election, only 58.64% registered voters turn out at a voting station, which was declined from 66.5% in the 2029 national and provincial general election. The glaring voter apathy stands in sharp contrast with the ideals embodied in the Freedom Charter, as I quote, which envisage a one person, one vote scenario in terms of which the majority of South Africans would govern by participation in the democratic processes and decide the government of their choice and the individuals who will occupy the position of state power, close quote. However, members, it has been noted that most of our young people don't vote, and voter apathy possesses a threat to our democracy and legitimacy of government. I was pleased, even though it's not pleasing in total, during the past registration weekend, young people, at least, they have made it their point that they recruit each other to go and register. And we'll call upon all parties across party lines to ensure that the next registration on the 1st and the 2nd of August, all young people must go and register to vote. As an institution that is institutionally charged to facilitate public involvement, we must seek legitimate ways of reversing this situation and must work with institutions that carry a similar mandate, such as your Independent Electoral Commission. Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable Chairperson of Committee of Chairpersons, you are charged with the responsibility of facilitating public education and working with the rest of the members of the legislature. You must ensure that citizens of this province are galvanized to register, to vote, and actually vote on the 4th of November 2026. The former Speaker of the National Assembly, Mefreni Jinwala, once said, and put it as I quote, "Making a ballot and dropping it into a ballot box once every few years is an important element of democracy." Close quote. We also implore individual members of the legislature to take up voter education as part of their constituency program. We dare not fail in this regard. Honorable members, the constituency period should not only be about problem solving, but it must also be a time for civic education to our communities. Honorable members, our responsibility for civic education must not be limited to voter education, but must span across all the aspects that affect our communities. Our citizens need to understand the place that South Africa occupies in the African diaspora and the global community at large, and how events within and beyond our borders affect our daily lives. We have to empower our citizens with knowledge, particularly considering ongoing global conflict in Europe and in various parts of the African continent, and the global economic effect those conflicts have on us as South Africa and as the Northwest. Our work of being community leaders will be much easier if we are leading people who understand these global realities, and we must therefore go beyond being mere commentators and provide context and clarity that protect our citizens from misinformation and political manipulation. Honorable members, there is a need to shift the gear of our oversight process and move from compliance oversight to impact oversight. Although there is a remarkable improvement in the performance of department, which is evidenced by improved audit outcome, more and more people accessing the basic services such as water and electricity, much more need to be done. And we must not take our eyes off the ball. We must move away from tick boxes type of oversight. As long as our citizens are still bedeviled by crime, they lack roads on their villages, experience intermittent supply of water, as long as our kids still walk barefoot to school, as long as we still have high unemployment rate, as long as some families goes to bed on an empty stomach, as long as the level of craft are still high, we have not yet achieved the desired impact, and we must soldier on our oversight. Honorable members, we are now witnessing a surge in the number of material irregularities issued by the Auditor General against our department and provincial organs of state. And this is really concerning our committee exercising oversight over this department and institution to whom material irregularities findings have been issued, must ensure that this department and organs of state develop an implementation plan to address those findings. The implementation plan must be closely monitored and must be reported upon continuously. We will continuously interact with the Office of the Auditor General so that they can appraise us on the status of these material irregularity findings from time to time. Honorable members, for members of the legislature to effectively discharge their function, they must continuously strive to enhance their knowledge through attending short learning courses and also registering for academic qualifications. We will therefore continue to support members of the legislature with financial assistance in order to ensure that we build members' capacity to enable them to scrutinize the program they are overseeing. I must pause at this stage and congratulate Honorable Priscilla Williams, who graduated from 2 institutions of this country, and also congratulate the young man, Honorable Mwema, who yesterday graduated. And other members of the legislature, including former members who have recently completed their studies. When we arrive, what Honorable Danji did, those members who didn't come back, we ensured that we supported them to finish their courses. They have now graduated. Honorable members, I know SCZ Wines has put it, and I quote, "It was not easy, but it was worth it," close quote. Honorable members, we equally need a capable team of administrators who will be able to complement honorable members of the legislature in the execution of their work. We are engaging with the Northwest University to develop a comprehensive training program for our researchers and committee administration so that they can keep pace with the development of this ever-changing environment. And I wish to appreciate the presence of Professor Shopolo and the team. Professor Shopolo is my partner in making sure that we write articles to update the world on a number of issues. Our articles, you'll soon see them on the public platform. Thank you very much, Professor Shopolo. Continue doing the good work and your colleagues in the university. Honorable COC, we stand here to renew our commitment to oversight over the local government sphere within the confines of the Constitution, with greater emphasis on Section 132 of the Local Government Municipal System Act and full consideration of the Section 147 Consolidated Report, among others. These hearings are essential as they endeavor to link municipal spending to service delivery and also deal with matters relating to governance. We are pleased to announce to this August House that for the first time, the Section 147 Consolidated Report for the 2023-2024 financial year was tabled on time, together with the outstanding report of 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable Mulapisi, we are very thankful for this work, and please do not tire. We are tired of being used as a point of reference for dysfunctional municipality. We will, don't shy away from clapping when others are not. We will continue with our program of the Provincial Speakers Forum because we believe that this platform is important for sharing best practice and capacitating the speakers of our municipality. Immediately after the conclusion of the local government election in our normal speakers forum, we will initiate a training intervention that are aimed at building the capacities of the speakers to execute their function actively. It's paining us to see sometimes what is happening in our council, and sometimes our speakers try their best and they become helpless, and the lack of support, sometimes they raise that they are not being supported by their council. We will make sure at the Speakers Forum that we pull our socks in ensuring that we support municipal speakers and make sure that they get the support that they need. We will continue with Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 institution, and we are pleased to announce that we have concluded a memorandum of understanding with the Public Protector, and we are interacting with the Human Rights Commission to also have a memorandum of understanding with them. Our working arrangement with the Office of the Auditor General and the Public Service Commission are going very well, and these institutions serve as an important enhancement of our oversight work. This financial year, I will be interacting with traditional leaders in the province to build a relationship with them and to identify projects that we may be able to work on together. We have already received from the Royal Bafokeng Supreme Council, and we have laid a foundation for future cooperation with them. Honorable COC, the Freedom Charter commit us to, as a code, peace and friendship, close quote. With the world and the peoples of Africa in particular, in pursuance of this agenda, we will continue to participate in various regional and international platforms and also have exchange program and capacity building with jurisdictions that share the common purpose with us. We have committed in our previous policy speech that each financial year, we will allow at least 2 portfolio committees of the legislature to engage on international benchmarking exercises. True to our word, the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development and the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development undertook benchmarking exercise to the People's Republic of China. This is an addition to benchmarking exercise undertaken by the chairpersons of committee to Russia. In the current financial year, we had already sent the Portfolio Committee responsible for road and public works to Germany, and they will be followed by a standing committee on oversight of the legislature to the destination yet to be confirmed. I hope that what they have learned, they will make the Portfolio Committee very efficient and effective. We will also participate in international parliamentary platforms such as your Commonwealth Association, Commonwealth Women Parliament, the National Council of State of Legislature, the Southern African Development Committee of Public Account, and other regional and international bodies. We are committed to implement the resolution taken by these international bodies. In compliance with the resolution of the CPA International, which requires that members of states must take measures to fight climate change, we have embarked on a tree planting exercise which saw the members of the legislature planting trees across all districts of the province. We will continue to identify resolutions that are within our means and implement them in the current financial year. I have embarked on outreach program in terms of which I'm visiting embassies of BRICS and other countries that have relationship with the Republic of South Africa, and I have already visited several of them, and I recently have visited the Embassy of the Republic of China. The interaction with this visit is to forge a relationship with them, and this will make it easy for us whenever we want to have exchange program with them and when we need to draw some lessons from them. I am pleased to announce that this August House, that has, as a result of our interaction, we have been invited by China Aid to apply for a capacity building initiative that they are offering, and some of our members in this House and staff are in a process of finalizing their application participation in these international bodies. Comes at a hefty price tag, but it worth the price. After all, re ske be ra lebala gore Motswana o rile le kaule le sa tsamaye le nyala kgaitsadi. That is why it's important that members must travel the world. And Honorable Mwema, that is why those of us who have got husband, children, and wife, we will consistently appreciate them for allowing us to take their family time and come and serve our community. You will get married, you will understand one day. Honorable members, we will continue to make stride and assist those who are serving in the governance structure of these bodies. I must indicate that I have been elevated to be a member of the Budget Council Committee of the CPA Africa region. And I hope that, thank you very much. I hope that I will make a meaningful impact and ensure that the money that African legislatures and parliament affiliate benefit the African members, no longer an NGO that only benefit overseas. We want to thank those who come before us, who had made sure that CPA is no longer an NGO. Honorable members, for us to be effective, we need to have stable labor environment that renders the services professionally and which is fully engaged. Although there is always a robust debate between management and labor on matters affecting the employees, the engagement has been characterized by great maturity. And the Labor Management Forum has been very central in ensuring that there is labor peace in our institution. In this regard, we must be thankful to the leadership maturity of the chairperson of the two unions in the legislature, Mr. Lebogang Ditire and Mr. Gaopalelwe Nakedi, who are leading NEHAU and PSA respectively. At the sector level, the legislature sector has organized itself into a legislative sector employer and has also registered as an employer with the Department of Labor. Much of the negotiations relating to the benefit of the employees will continue to be handled by the Legislative Sector Bargaining Council. It is also pleasing to report to this August House to note that the chairperson of the Legislative Sector Employer Organization is our own Secretary Advocate Neshitumbu. Can you clap hand for him? The Executive Authority of Parliament have issued regulation in terms of Section 65 that relate to the funding of political parties represented at the legislature. The regulation were shared with leaders of political parties for comment before they were finalized. And I therefore call upon political parties to familiarize themselves with this regulation as they will guide the manner in which they will account to the allocated fund. We will also, as part of calculating the knowledge of this regulation, organize a workshop for the Rules Committee on them. Honorable COC, in the last financial year, we obtained an unqualified audit opinion without any matter of emphasis, and this is the achievement that we want to maintain. This achievement gives us leverage when we are doing oversight, as we are able to demonstrate that we are leading by example. Compliance with internal policies and legislative prescripts remain crucial in maintaining clean audit outcomes. And we must therefore tighten controls and avoid leaks associating with non-show of accommodation bookings and unnecessary cancellation. While administration continue to monitor staff members in this regard, we implore party leaders and party whips to do their bit in ensuring compliance with our internal control processes. One of the high-level panel report recommendation is of Parliament to monitor the professionalization of public services, supporting committee with research and technical coordination as well as ITC. The level of professionalism in the legislature need to be jacked up. And we are therefore continuing to implement measures that are aimed at improving professionalism in this institution. The professionalism will include upskilling and training of staff, prioritizing staff, focusing mainly on staff supporting the committees. Honorable members of the legislature, the budget for the legislature is 549,590,000, and it reflects in the table below, both in terms of program allocation and economic classification. The budget of the legislature constitutes 0.94% of the budget of the province, Honorable MEC. And therefore, 0.94% is expected to exercise oversight over execution of 99.9% of the budget of the province. Out of this near 0.94%, the legislature is not only expected to do oversight, but must also do meaningful lawmaking, public involvement, and process petitions of our people. The inadequate funding of the legislative sector has a direct impact on poor service delivery, violated human rights, and constitutional challenges on the lawmaking processes based on inadequate public consultation. We are not oblivious of the economic challenges that our country and our province are going through. However, we need to be effective in order to assist in dealing with some of these challenges. Our history has taught us that we cannot take freedom for granted. We also know that our future is fundamentally interlinked with the other nations across Africa and the world. And for this reason, this legislature must continue to build relationship with our partners through multilateral platform that we participate on. Honorable members, the budget for the legislature is allocated as follows. Administration, 288,695. Members' support, 52,424,000 rand. Parliamentary services, 208,471,000, totaling to 549,590,000 rand. Honorable COC, allow me to table the following document in this August House: Policy Budget Speech 2026-2027 and Annual Performance Plan 2026-2027. In conclusion, honorable members, despite the hurdle that we continue to face on our journey, we must continue to lead by example, and with the collective wisdom of members of this House and the support staff of the legislature, we will conquer. As African-American poet has put it, and I quote, "You may not control all the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced to them." Close quote. We appreciate the role of Standing Committee on Oversight over the legislature, and we assure the members of the House that we will remain attentive to guidelines and resolutions of this House as we march forward, sustaining the culture of good governance and ethical leadership. Our vision for the future must remain one for prosperity, inclusivity, efficiency, and sustainability. I must thank the Chief Whip of the House, Honorable Khosho, and all the whips across parties in the legislature. I must also thank the African National Congress, my political home, for entrusting me with this task of leading the legislature. And I've committed that I will never disappoint, no matter what. To the Secretary of the Legislature, Advocate Innocent Neshitumbu, and staff members, I want to thank you for putting up with me. I know it's not easy. I'm not easily pleased. To the head of my office, Ntate Nonyan, the poor soul, and the entire political staff, they don't even sleep. When I call, they must answer my phone. I don't want to know what they are doing because people need our services. Ntate Nonyan and the political staff in my office, I want to thank you for your work in my office. And thank you for your understanding in working with me. To my loving husband, Comrade Patrick Mohono, who couldn't make it today because Honorable MEC have issued instruction for him to go to work. He's at work. And my boys, who always fight me that I don't care for them. Little do they know that I owe it to the people of the Northwest to serve them. I want to thank you for your continuous support. To my little princess and the rest of the family, thank you for allowing me to steal your family time to serve the community. To my loving mother, Catherine Sefanyeto, and siblings, I want to thank you for continuous prayers. I want to leave you with this verse, Matthew 9, verse 37, and I quote, "Then Jesus said to his disciples, 'The harvest is plenty, but the workers are few.'" Close quote. I brought this so that our members can go back and understand what does this really mean, and it will help us as we make sure that we serve our people. We realize that we need to ensure we go all out regardless of the challenges. I request this House to approve the budget for the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Vote 2. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Now I'll call on the Chairperson Standing Committee on Oversight on the Legislature, Honorable Grunewald, to lead the debate or table the report.
Thank you, COC. I rise as Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight of the Northwest Provincial Legislature to present the committee's report on the annual performance plan and budget of the Northwest Provincial Legislature for the 2026-2027 financial year. Honourable COC, the role of this committee is to exercise oversight over the legislature itself and to satisfy itself that the institution is properly planned, adequately supported and sufficiently resourced to perform its constitutional mandate. The Northwest Provincial Legislature is not an ordinary institution. It is a centre of democratic accountability in a province. It must make laws, conduct oversight, facilitate public participation, process petitions, strengthen committee work, and ensure that the executive is held accountable through meaningful and measurable resolutions. The annual performance plan for the 26-27 was formally referred by the Honourable Speaker to the Standing Committee for consideration and processing. The committee received a presentation from the legislature on the 10th of June 2026, and members engaged the presentation with specific attention to strategic alignment, plan targets, institutional capacity, budget adequacy, and the ability of the legislature to deliver on its core mandate. The presentation confirmed that the 26-27 financial year is the second year of the 7th Legislature Strategic Plan. The key strategic priorities remain oversight, lawmaking, public involvement and participation, and a capable administration. The Speaker's policy priorities also remain centred to the work in the institution. These include members' capacity building, committee work based on evaluation evidence, monitoring the implementation of House resolution, streamlining the lawmaking process, reviving taking legislature to the people, expediting petitions, and strengthening public education. Honourable members, these priorities are important. However, the committee also considered the environment in which the legislature must operate. The APP recognised raising public expectations, socio-economic pressures, high unemployment, service delivery protests, climate-related planning demands, and the need for the legislature to improve transparency through digital platforms and better public engagement. The committee noted the targets set across the programs. These include maintaining an unqualified audit, keeping the vacancy rate at 10% or below, implementing ICT strategic milestones, capacitating members through academic exposure programs, tabling strategic documents, conducting oversight, tracking House resolution, processing NCOP mandates, passing provincial bills, advancing the rationalisation of old order laws, and conducting public participation programs. On the budget, Honourable COC, the legislature total payment and estimate for 2026-2027 amounts to 560 million. The budget is allocated across administration, statutory payments, and legislative operations. The committee noted the legislature operations carries the core mandate of the legislature, including committee services, public participation, House proceedings, NCOP liaison, research library, and information services. It is therefore important that a reduction or constraints in the program are carefully managed so that the core mandate of the legislature is not weakened. During deliberations, members raised several matters requiring attention. These include the need for further capacity building of members and committee, especially in legislative drafting and publishing of papers. Members also sought clarity on whether the legislature is operating under a deficit budget and whether the current economic pressures are sufficiently reflected in the APP. The committee raised concerns regarding the quality of tracking House resolutions and the extent to which responses from departments are implemented. Members further noted the need for system dealing with the rationalisation of old order laws. The committee also raised concerns about the financial pressure and oversight work, especially in the light of rising fuel costs and inflation. Members noted that oversight visit must remain properly resourced if committees are expected to perform their constitutional function. A further concern was raised regarding the reduced resources available for Program 3, legislative operations. Despite the increase in mandate load, members were also concerned that the allocation available for research capacity may be insufficient to support committees and members properly in their oversight work. Honourable COC, the committee accordingly makes the following key recommendations. The legislature should submit a clear plan indicating which activities will be reduced.
Chair.
Honorable Babile.
I'm
Sorry.
calling on order because Vessels is insulting me and you're not saying anything about it. Vessels, the MEC of Community Safety and Transport Management.
Can you raise your voice, Honorable Babile? I can't hear you.
I'm saying Vessels is pointing me with a finger.
Who's
And that's,
Wessels?
That's an Morwing. It's
Oh.
an insult. So I'm calling on order because I don't know why is he pointing me with a finger.
Honorable Vessels, yeah, no, and I'm here.
He wants to be chair of.
Continue, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, COC. The legislature should submit a clear plan indicating which activities will be reduced, deferred, digitized, prioritized, and funded through the adjustment budget. The annual performance plan should include a clearer indication on House resolutions, specifically whether they have been implemented, whether responses have been received, or whether they are overdue. Committee researchers must strengthen analysis and the implementation of House resolutions so that the committee are better able to assess whether resolutions result in actual executive action. The legislature should share scholarship and capacity building opportunities with members and encourage participants in relevant programs. The committee further recommends that a special slot be arranged for a joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Premier and Finance in order to deliberate on a legislature baseline budget and its effect on the core mandate. Honourable COC, the committee also noted the importance of the institutional well-being and support, where required, and recommends that appropriate professional support be arranged in line with the matter identified during the committee process. In conclusion, the committee acknowledges the Honourable Speaker, the Secretary, the Legislature, senior management, members of the Standing Committee, and support staff for their cooperation and participation in the oversight process. The committee presents this report not merely as a compliance exercise, but as a part of strengthening the Legislature's ability to perform its constitutional role with credibility, independence, and effectiveness. I therefore table the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight of the North West Provincial Legislature on the annual performance plan and budget for the 2026-2027 financial year for consideration and adoption by this House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Groenewald. Let me call Honorable Dabambi. Honorable Dambi. We have 10 minutes. Honorable Morway, Hurile. Please.
No, thank you very much, COC, the leadership collective of the EFF, the Khosi Rona di Telesweng pele ke Khosi Thari Maotwe, members of the EXCO, honorable members, baagi ba rona ba Bokone Bophirima, dumelang. Before we start, I would like to wish my alma mater. It's a pity go na le mogolo seong because of ogara aga tlhaloganye difference between alma mater and almanac. O tla nagana gore ke bua ka almanac ya no ke monas ale tenga. Wish my alma mater, the biggest institution in Africa, the only institution that is not named after people or towns, the only institution that is shaping futures, knowledge production, developing global leaders, the institution that is led, Honorable Oliphant, by the EFF. UNISA, a happy 153rd birthday. Yes, UNISA is led by the EFF. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to engage and debate the budget, vote, and the annual APP for the Northwest Provincial Legislature. We start this debate and want to scrutinize whether this debate empower this legislature to hold the already weak ANC as declared by Honorable Kuno accountable and improve the lives of our people. Honorable COC, When we talk about oversight, we are talking about power. The power of this legislature to monitor, the power of this legislature to hold accountable, and the power of this legislature to intervene when institutions move away from the mandate of serving the people. This budget, however, represents a systematic disempowerment of this institution. And want to agree with Honorable Kuno, the ANC was weak then, and now the ANC no longer exists. And we can tell you on the 4th of November, the people will vote for the economic freedom fighters, because you said the ANC is weak, and we agree that it is indeed weak.
It will not exist. That EFF will not exist.
Honorable COC, budget cuts do not just reduce our capacity, they fundamentally undermine the effectiveness of our oversight work. As members of this House, we are well aware that oversight is not a once-off event, but a continuous process. However, our reality is that while we conduct oversight visits, there is often no monitoring in between to assess progress, to track implementation, or to ensure that our resolutions are being acted upon. When we visit a municipality or a department, we raise issues, we adopt resolutions, and we depart. You know, Honorable Speaker, I fully agree with you that currently there's a tick in the box kind of oversight. And I am happy that as an NQF level 10 holder, at least you are very honest. And without resources, we cannot conduct follow-up monitoring, and the executive and its entities knows that there will be no real consequences for their inaction. The absence of monitoring mechanism between oversight visits renders our work superficial and performative. And yet, Honorable COC, despite this critical need for continuous monitoring, this House has the audacity to be presented with a budget with serious reduction to the very program responsible for this work. It is an act of legislative self-harm, and we cannot and will not support that. Our criticism is not just about numbers. It is about tangible consequences that might affect the running of the institution. We note the concern raised in the APP and even in the standing committee report regarding the 2 million, a mere 2 million budget allocation for researchers, as some described as too little to enable researchers to do their work. And we fully agree this amount is too little compared to the work that the researchers are expected to do. This is a direct attack on the quality of the work that researchers do. Researchers currently, they can't even go and do physical verification before a committee goes because of there are no resources allocated to them. Furthermore, we must speak about the issues of public participation, which is the lifeblood of our democracy. The APP speaks proudly of enhanced, meaningful public participation and diverse platforms for deepened participatory democracy. Yet, the reality on the ground tells a different story. This approach does not enhance participation. It excludes people from remote areas, elderly, and persons with disabilities, and those who cannot afford the time or cost of travel. It centralizes participation to the convenience of legislature and not to the convenience of the people. The budget cuts, Speaker, as you presented, they are not just superficial, but they cut the heart of this legislature. COC, legislature should start looking into making public participatory more inclusive by adopting a hybrid session. We live in a digital age, and someone will not know what is a digital age and 4AR. I was going to teach her, but she ran away immediately. She saw me coming here. And this institution must modernize. Hybrid sessions would even allow those who are unable to attend public participation physically to form part of the process. Through virtual platforms, people from the most remote villages of the Northwest can engage with their representative, share their concerns, and contribute to lawmaking without having to travel long distances. Invest in technology. An investment in technology is an investment in the voice of the people, and it is far more cost-effective than transporting hundreds of people across vast distances. The current model centralizes public hearings, is exclusionary and outdated. We have to do better. As the EFF requests that this budget, Speaker, you must go back and request a budget that matches our mandate. A budget cut of this magnitude is a direct challenge to our constitutional authority. We must use provisions in the FMPPLA to engage with the National Treasury and Provincial Executive to restore our baseline. Just now, a member could not use their a microphone because of it's a problem in this house. It's a problem. Honorable Kuno, it's worse because even now he can't use it. But if he's going to use it, you must know that the technical team just gave him for just 5 minutes. Honorable Speaker, we fully agree with you that we can't be given 0.94% to guard 99.6% of the budget. That is not only myopic, but it is detrimental to this very same legislature. As I said, I like your honesty. You are saying, can be given less than 1% of a budget to guard 99%. That alone, it shows that our legislative authority is being undermined. And Speaker, we implore you to ensure that this budget just goes back and you fix this thing. We don't, this 99%, we don't want to guard it with a mere 0.94%. We will not support a budget that ties our hand while we are tasked with fighting for the people. We cannot accept an APP that sets us up for failure in holding the executive to account and ensuring that there is oversight in this province. This budget vote is a betrayal of the oversight mandate. We call on all members, progressive members of this house who are serious about accountability and saving the people of the Northwest to join us in rejecting this proposal and fighting for a legislature that is truly equipped to fight for the souls of for the soul of this province. The people of the Northwest province want a legislature that is empowered, that is resolute, and that is able to do its functions without financial strains.
Honorable member, as
Yes,
you wrap up.
yes. This budget does not deliver that. Amongst others, the reason why the youth has not been voting is because they are failed by the very same weak misruling ANC. And we implore on all of them to register to vote and vote the ANC out and vote for economic freedom fighters, which will give them jobs, which will give them land, which will give them proper service and quality service delivery. On the 4th of November, when you must go to school. On the 4th of November, people must vote for the EFF. Thank you very much.
That's a night. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable
there's an order.
Zabambe.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. One day this house is going to be held liable. Ka batho ba e leng goreng ba
Honorable-
imetswe. Yes, no, listen to me. Oh, Honorable Botswe. Thank you very much. Now,
You rise on which room?
when you leave Mafikeng, listen. When you leave Mafikeng on your way to Dutsobota, 10 kilometers.
On room,
No,
on which
listen.
room?
I'm coming to the room.
Sit down, Tate
No.
Botwe. Thank you very
Sit
much.
down. On which rule are you
There
rising?
is no rule called no.
Which rule are you rising?
Rule 139.
There's no rule called no.
Sit down.
There is that rule. Now, Honorable COC.
There's no
Sit
rule
down,
called
Honorable
no.
There's no rule called
Honorable
139.
Dabambe, your time is up. Honorable Botwe Nate. Let me call Honorable Stay.
Honorable COC.
Honorable Stay.
Rakulelwa mo.
Honorable Dabambe, your time is up.
Let's go be sitting.
No. Hayo. Hlala phansi. Akuna rule ya no.
Can you sit down? Honorable Honorable Botwe, can you sit down, Tate? Please. Can you sit down? Can you sit down?
Psychiatric patient Moli.
Can you sit down? Can you sit?
Man.
Can you sit down in Tate Botwe? Sorry. You have 8 minutes.
Thank you, COC. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for your debate for tabling the budget. But I must agree that the baseline, and every time we come here and we talk about the baseline, MEC Mosanoge runs away. But the baseline for the legislature is absolutely inadequate. Honourable Speaker, through you, COC, last year, Speaker, you indicated that investment will come to revamp the chamber, to address the ICT issues, the audio-visual equipment, upgrading the precinct of this legislature to national key point status, but unfortunately nothing has happened since. And also, there was no mention of it in your speech this morning, which is a serious concern. Perhaps, Honourable Speaker, you will enlighten us. Why? But, Honourable COC, since I came to this legislature, the main objective was to maintain a clean audit. And it seems come hell or high water, that is the single most important objective of this legislature's administration. Thankfully, they maintained a clean audit, Honourable Speaker. But when we look at the clean audit and we looked at the outcomes, the performance of this legislature, they are not aligned. It appears that we are just reporting, but we are not assessing our outcomes and the impact that it has. And I say this, Honourable COC, is because this legislature had conducted an in-house survey, a community satisfaction survey, to assess the legislature's oversight role and its accountability mechanisms and the appreciation of this legislature amongst the people of North West. And it's a concern that 86% of these individuals surveyed, and this was an in-house survey, so there's a bias, naturally, right? But interestingly, 86% indicated that this legislature is absolutely not responsive to the needs and aspirations of the people of North West. Only 53% of respondents indicated that they are 53% of respondents indicated that they are unfamiliar with the purpose of this legislature. That means half of the people in North West don't know why there is a legislature or why we exist. Only 16% indicated confidence in the work of this legislature. It's a terrible indictment of this legislature's ineffectiveness, and it speaks to the baseline. It speaks to the way this legislature operates. When we look at the collapsed state of local government, the poor performance across various provincial departments, when we look at the highest unemployment rate in the country, Honourable Speaker, increasing levels of poverty and inequality amongst the people of North West, it is clear indeed that this legislature is failing them. Unfortunately, that is the fact. It is also evident that this legislature, crippled by continuous reduced funding year on year, makes this legislature to barely meet its oversight and accountability responsibilities. Committees should be the engine room of this legislature. The constitutional mandate of oversight and accountability towards greater impact. But as things stand, that can't be realized. All members from all political parties, Honourable Speaker, we waste hours to fix committee reports, to the extent where we have to rewrite them. When we look at research papers, those papers is basically what the department is telling us, an analysis. There's no benchmarking, Honourable Speaker, with what other provinces are doing. There's no benchmarking with the provisions or the mandate from the national departments. There is no benchmarking with other countries or other legislatures or other jurisdictions. We cannot. Members have to do that themselves. But during this financial year, Chairperson, COC, committees only receives 40 million rand, right, to conduct oversight, right? Honourable members have raised here that 40 million compared to the 58 billion of the appropriation bill, total appropriation bill, is inadequate. 35 million of this 40 million goes to the salaries of committee staff, leaving 3.3 million for committees to use for oversight. 3.3 million, that is 0.0057% of the total appropriation bill. It's a real shame. Even the Office of the Premier is funded with 61 million rand more than this legislature, and all the Premier does is chair the Executive Council. When we have to conduct oversight, it is not appropriate. It is no surprise that the performance then of government and municipalities in this province cannot be properly assessed and accountability cannot be adequately enforced. This is a situation, it is by design. It must be a deliberate collusion between successive premiers and MECs of finance to erode the capacity of this legislature in order for them to be allowed to do what they want out there. Because they know with the time constraints and the funding, this legislature will not be able to get to it. Since I've been here, Coxter, 220,000 in this financial year. Honorable Speaker, we haven't done a single in-year assessment of a municipality in the 3 years that we have been here. Not a single in-year assessment of a single municipality. And then we ask why local government has collapsed in Northwest. COC, residents in Northwest think that it is us as members that live in the lap of luxury. And it is not true, we know that, right? When we look at the previous financial year, right, 13 members account only for 13% of the total wage bill of this legislature, right? 38 members. 250 million rand of this 549 that is budgeted is going towards administrative staff in this legislature. Many of them are earning more than the highest member here. Even the secretary, Honorable Speaker, earns more than you as the political executive head of this house. And that is why the administration treat us like visitors. They don't take us seriously. And that's why everything is delayed. Many of these legislature employees earn far more than us, but we spend hours doing their work for them. It is absolutely unacceptable. There's no research analysis. There's no benchmarking. The legislature complex is in decay. It's falling apart. It took 2 years for this legislature, this administration, to put hand soap in the toilets. And Speaker, last year, there was no money. Committees had to move all their work to the virtual platform. And that virtual platform is also inadequate. You can't have hybrid meetings. The virtual platform, the technology is so outdated. It is ineffective. But there was no money for us to pay members elected by the people of this province to come here to do the work that they elected us to do. That speaks to the baseline. There was no toilet paper or drinking water in the run-up to SOPA. None. For 2 months from January, February, before SOPA, you couldn't find toilet paper in the restrooms here. That is the extent of the decay. Honorable Speaker, when you want to meet an official here, or you call an official in the finance department, you will not find them 99% of the time. But they are chowing 250 million rand of our budget in salaries, right? When you want, the finance department closes down for the first 10 days of every month because they have to do payroll, their payroll, 250 million rand, right? They can't transact. At financial year, the finance department, Honorable Speaker, right? They can't transact from the one day at the last day, 31 March, and the first day of April. They don't know how to manage the accruals from one financial year to the next.
Honorable Member, as we wrap up.
Nothing works. 250 million rand paid to 229 officials in this legislature, and not all of them could even attend to hear this budget vote debate. The gallery is empty. As members of this legislature, we do not have the luxury of behaving like a permanent millionaire employee of this legislature. We have a mandate from the people of Northwest to advance their interests and bring solutions to their problems. Residents look to us to bring solutions. And therefore, until the baseline is adjusted,
your time is
Speaker,
up.
we can't support this budget. I thank you.
Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Groenewald. Okay. Let me call Honorable Matsi because Honorable Groenewald is not in the house. Honorable Matsi. Honorable Matuna, 7 minutes.
Ke tla e dirisa sentle ke go bua ka dipampiri tsa matlwana a boithusetso. Thank you very much, the chair of the Chairpersons Forum, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Mohono, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mokone Maine, Premier of the Northwest, members of the Executive Council, members of the Legislature, Mahosia Rona, Bagaetso Dumelang. On this day, in 1950, here in South Africa, the Apartheid Parliament passed the Suppression of Communism Act. Okay. This act was deliberately defined extremely broad to suppress any anti-apartheid resistance on political, social, and industrial space. Today, Honorable Speaker, we have to look back and compare, unfairly so, the Volksrat in your house. It's not surprising that some of our members, they still want to carry on with the values of the Volksrat because they don't appreciate that some 5 years later, after the Volksrat passed the suppression of communism, which I have said, it was not just about communism, it was about suppressing any anti-apartheid activity. So today they are still carrying those values to this debate. They are forgetting that what we have now is an inclusive parliament. They are forgetting that today we responded in 1955 at the Congress of the People, and with people of South Africa declared that the people shall govern. So se re se diragatsa mo ke go tla go tsweletsa pele se ba tlileng pele ga rona ba ba kopaneng ko Kliptown ba neng ba itlama go se dira. Mme re tlhalose yana democracy e senang mesebetsi e bokoa. Ene mesebetsi ya rona re le maloko a ntlo e ke go ba leitlho, ke go netefatsa gore diragatsa melao le go tla ka melao le go netefatsa gore setšhaba se tsaya karolo. Yaanong ba ba ganang tekanyetso ka boe a kitse gore a ba ikutlwa tota gore ba re ba gana eng, ba gana go dira melao, ba gana gore batho ba tseye karolo, ba gana gore go nne le go ba leitlho. Ke se ba se ganang ga ba gana tekanyetso ka boe. Batho ba province ba re ba tlhoka baeteledipele ba ba tla bang leitlho ka gore mood Honorable Botswe, mood. Ha o ka itse se go te mood, o ka tlhaloganya gore budget e bua ka eng. Yaanong a sa tlhaloganye mood, o tla nna le mathata. Mood wa batho ba Northwest ba batla gore go bewe leitlho. Ba batla go bewe leitlho go netefatsa gore metsi a ba hitlhella, go netefatsa gore ditsela di a ba hitlhella, go netefatsa gore go nna le ditiro, go netefatsa gore ba ba senang matlo ba bona matlo, ba nna mo mafelong a sireletsegileng, ebile bo masepala ba bone ba ba direla. Selo seo se diragala go tlhokagala madi, go tlhokagala budget go kgona go ba leitlho. Batho ba ko Majemanso, Ipelegeng, Mokasa, Bokamoso, Sheila, Matau, Mogopa, Bethany, Diloptwe, Motswedi, bare ba lapile ke seemo se go sa beweng leitlho. Ba batla gore baeteledipele ba bone ba ba mo ntlong ba be leitlho ba arabe gore go diragalang ka dilotse. Re batla go tlhalosa le gore rona re le African National Congress re itlamile gore mo manifestong wa rona re batla go aga a capable state e tackling the high cost of living, improve service delivery, le gore puso e direle batho. And ra itlama gape le gore ngwagao we want to fix local government. We can't fix local government unless we play oversight. And ko local government ra go ba litlo le ha mongwe a ka lla re tlo go ba litlo re tlo netefatsa gore go nna le accountability le ko local government. Ha re tswisiwe ke ha batho ba lla ba re ba dira gore ba account ba tlo go accounta every day go fitlhela re baakanya bo masepala ba rona. Ha gona o potla tsamaisa masepala mara sa account go tlo go accountiwa ha ile re ke madi a setšhaba one tsentse accountelwe. Ha ke ya ko bofelong modula stilo ke batla go tlhagisa gore ntlo e ya gago wena motlotlegi Musakgotla he e berekile tle ha re bui hela maloba ha go ne go na le mathata a di HOD tsa bontate hela ka 6 o'clock ga re bitsa premier a tla premier re ra araba bona tona kgolo ke go bontsha gore parlamente ya dira ha re bua jana gompieno go appointilwe women as accounting officers ele tiro ya di committee tse tsa gago Musakgotla go ne go na le kgamaloba ha ko housing corp go tsamaisiwa hela go sena board committee e maleba ya re a di emedi botsa go tsamaisiwa yalo go tsentse go nne le board ha re bua yana gompieno go na le board ya housing corp maloba ha batho ba NTI ba ne ba sa bone madi committee e maleba ya netefatsa gore go tsengwa tirisong di tsitsinyo tsa committee e maleba e mme re tlhalose gape le gore re netefaditse ka di committee tse gore re fokotsa palo ya bo masepala ba ba bonang disclaimer from 9 to 1 ke tiro ya di committees and batho yana ba itse gore sengwe le sengwe sa accountelo re batla go leboga di committee tsa gago Musakgotla ka mokgwa di dirang ka teng mme re tlhalose gore
As you Honorable Mati.
Madi a ga lekana mme rona ra fitisiwe go netefatsa gore tiro e tswelela pele ga ntse re baakanya dilo tse mme re leboge Musakgotla gore di committee tse di farologaneng tse di kontle re di emanokeng re le legislature ba SAPEC ba re go leboge gore modula stilo wa SAPEC o motlhokometse mme re le African National Congress re batla gore re kope ba maloko a ntlo e gore ke budget ya rona a re fitise ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mati. Let me call Honorable Solo. Honorable Solo, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the budget for the legislature incorporated most of the things that we have raised at Tlondike. Let me appreciate that the resolve of the operational planning session at Tlondike, Honorable Chair of Chairs, has been incorporated in the budget speech by the Honorable Speaker, more page 9 in Yahaho. In as far as issues of the sectoral parliament reports and their tabling are concerned. We differed. Ultimately, we reached consensus because you managed to make sure that it forms part and parcel of your budget speech. Again, Honorable Chair of Chairs, we have been crying foul as members of this particular provincial legislature, and the chairperson responsible for treasury or finance and premier knows about it. And at the end of the day, you were able to speak about it on your page 6 of your budget speech. You touched on the money bills and the related matters amendment act, like Chair Honorable Oliphant corrected me yesterday to say it is no longer a bill but an act. And we want to urge you, you must move with speed. Fast track the implementation of this particular act so that you are able to apportion funds to where they are deemed necessary or more required in most of the departments that provide key and critical service delivery in this particular province. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we support the issue of the repealing of the old order laws. Intse e le tlhoba boroko bangwe ba baagi ba rona ba tšhatšiwa ka di old order laws tse e leng gore ga di tsamaisane le seemo se e leng gore re phela mo go sone gompieno. Re go support-a gore mopremiria wa rona le ene a tlhatlose kgotsana a nanose maoto a tsamaye ka bofefo go netefatsa gore we are going to leave a legacy as members of the 7th administration in as far as this particular repealing of the old order laws are concerned. Honorable Chair, there is an issue that the public participation should have an impact. But the question that I'm having to the Honorable Speaker, do we have the necessary tool or measuring instrument to measure the impactful oversight, not only to tick boxes, so that it assists us also as members of this particular legislature to say, indeed, there is an impact that we have made. In most of the cases, Honorable Chair of Chairs, like she has alluded to the fact that we need to have a paradigm shift. There should be a paradigm shift in as far as public participation attendees are concerned. Most of the time, we see same faces, same faces attending these particular public participations. And some of these particular attendees, they are irrelevant to the subject matter of the day. We urge those who are responsible, especially officials from this particular legislature, who are responsible for public participation, make sure that you invite relevant audience for relevant subject matters, not everybody and same faces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tsulo. Your time is up. Honorable Khosho. You have 9 minutes, Honorable Khosho.
No, thanks very much, Modula Stulo, Badula Ditulo, Me Tebogo Mutise, and acknowledge Mahusia Rona as Sampaning Alohone. Maybe Chair of Chairs, I need to join Honorable Tabampe as a student and a scholar in the University of South Africa to celebrate our 150 years. But the institution, as we speak, is not led by the EFF, like he said. It's under the stewardship of Professor Puleng Linkabula, the first woman to be appointed or nominated as a Vice Chancellor. And by the way, as we speak now, the former president of the country, Thabo Mbeki, is the one who's addressing that gathering. As our Dr. Mbeki, he's a chancellor, he's a part of our the chancellors who are there. We have our deputy president, Ntate Paul Mashatile, he's also there, and our doctors himself from the South African Communist Party, of course, Dr. Blades Mande as a minister. So those are deployed, by the way, of the African National Congress. But we do agree that we must celebrate, it's meant to be celebrated under the theme of reclaiming Africa's intellectual future. So as we debate today, we need to reposition ourselves in reclaiming the Africa's intellectual future. And I fully concur with you. Honorable Tsulo, I agree with you in terms of the impact. The impact, I concur with you. But I think the issue of SOM, Madam Speaker, we must rehash it. It must come back. Let us go for it. We used to go for a sector oversight model workshops. Sector oversight model and SOM. And I want to, my vice, by the way, you are my president. I must honor you as the president, my president of the convocation.
Honorable Dabambi?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. I had written it. My apologies. I did write it, and I acknowledge that. By the way, he assisted me to be able to register at UNISA. I struggled. He was the one who intervened, and thanks very much, President. So I can't shy away to acknowledge that you are my president of the convocation at the University of South Africa. So I want to come back to the issue of the sector oversight model. Madam Speaker, that it is Honorable Tsolo, I agree with her, but it is important that we are consistent.
Honorable Khoso, Honorable Tsolo, Honorable Matuani, Honorable Dabampi, ki bua le lona la bofelo. You can continue, Honorable Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. And as I welcome you, Madam Speaker, I think you've nailed it. You've nailed it in terms of your budget presentation of the legislature. The underfunding remains the elephant in the room, and it cannot be acceptable. It can't be acceptable that we're expected to adopt and agree and fare with all the budget process and the bill to be in the act while we are underfunded. It cannot be correct. Because that it gives a different message out there that the oversight functioning and lawmaking is getting weaker. And in terms from a constitutional point of view, it tells us that actually it's a clear demonstration that we are starting even to undermine our own rule of law in terms of the constitution imperatives. So it cannot be that we are standing here and then we agree with you, Honorable Groenewald, and we appreciate that you are outright in terms of the baseline. We are raising this matter, and we want to pursue you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Premier. It's about time that you are able to sit in terms of the allocation of the baseline of the legislature. It needs to be corrected. Legislatures cannot be weakened. Today, members of the legislature have to. It has changed. The game has changed. It's fine. We have adjusted. I was telling Honorable Oliphant, it's fine. We buy food, we come and claim. The claims take the turnaround time. It takes its own time. Officials just decide when are they going to pay, when are they not going to pay us. And those are issues that we need to talk about them. We cannot run away from talking to that. Madam COC, the longest-serving president of the African National Congress, Ntate Oliver Tambo, reminded us that, I quote, "The fight for freedom must go on until it is won," close quote. These words remain relevant today because freedom is not fully won. One democratic institution exists only in name. Freedom is not won when those institutions work. Freedom is won when the legislature is capable, ethical, responsive, well-governed, and equipped to hold the executive accountable. Freedom is won when public representatives have the knowledge, tools, and support to serve the people. The budget vote for the legislature before us must therefore be assessed against the need to build a capable legislature that can deliver on its constitutional mandate of oversight, lawmaking, and public participation. The Northwest Provincial Legislature is in the second year of the 7th Legislature Strategic Plan. Its policy priorities remain meaningful oversight, transformative lawmaking, enhanced public participation, and a capable administration. These priorities are directly aligned with the ANC manifesto, the National Development Plan, and the January 8 statement call to build a capable developmental state that responds to the needs of the people. Madam COC, the budget allocated for the legislature for 2026-2027 is at 52%, and with the allocation of 288,695,000 is allocated towards administration, like what rightfully Honorable Stale has indicated. These allocations may appear internal, but they are central to the functioning of democracy. Without a capable administration, members cannot conduct proper oversight. Without effective institutional governance, committees cannot function. Without sound financial management, the legislature cannot inspire public confidence. The economic classification of the budget shows that 331,105,000 rand, it's almost 60%, is allocated to compensation of employees. Goods and services receive 102, which is 19% of that. So if you look into the budget, in terms of the allocation of the portfolio committees, I think it is a going concern. And we can't shy away of not raising this matter in this platform, so that the issue of the baseline, it needs to be corrected. These figures must be understood in relation to the work expected from this institution as an activist legislature, which is supposed to be knowledge-based. It depends on researchers, committees, coordinators, community coordinators, legal advisors, public participation officials, finance officials, communications personnel, security, ICT system, and administrative support. When these functions are adequately resourced, oversight becomes strong and democracy becomes stronger. We therefore welcome plans to produce 4 legislature programs and submit 19 FAMPLA compliance reports. Maintain a vacancy rate of 10% or of 10% or below. Achieve an ICT strategy milestones and also the audit outcomes programs. I think also the issues of the ICT strategy, Madam Speaker. I think Honourable Stale, I do agree with the issues of the IT. But we must welcome the work that has been done by the members of the executive, especially Honourable Lapisi, with your great work to empower us in terms of tabling of your reports. We welcome the oversight reports, quarterly reports, expenditure performance reports that has been tabled by the MEC for Finance, because those are part of the tools of analysis to assist us to be able to hold the executive accountable. Madam COC, we'll continue with our program of the Provincial Speakers Forum. We welcome that with the Speakers Forum program. We welcome Madam Speaker in terms of the work that you need to do. We must also be honest about the challenges. The APP identifies an anticipated budget shortfall of 75 million. And I think that, Madam Speaker, as we go to the budget adjustment, this legislation needs to be supported. We have raised this matter in the Portfolio Committee, MEC, for Finance. We are pleading, Honourable Premier, the legislature's baseline must be corrected. As we speak, as we are sitting here, most of our committees are not adequately funded and will not be able to hold the executive accountable, will not be empowered, so that every quarter when you come to appear before the portfolio committees as members of the executive, we don't have that capacity to hold you accountable. And we should be able to put that on record. So the matter of the baseline of the legislature of the Northwest, it has to be corrected. We are the ones, we are now, after this presentation, we are going to now adopt the appropriation bill to be an act as the legislature's members. But we accept that, we are going to adopt it, but the issue of oversight is not funded. Committees are not funded. They are not funded at all. We are from the strategic plan. We had to actually let the secretary that let us do things correctly. The ANC, as the ANC caucus, we therefore calls for careful reprioritization, improved efficiency and engagement with Provincial Treasury to protect the core constitutional mandate of the legislature. Fiscal discipline must not mean weakening oversight.
Chief Whip, can we listen to Honourable?
No, thank you very much. We just wanted to tell the Chief Whip that we are agreeing with her today.
Can you sit down?
This is the position of the ANC caucus. It's not that we don't have to galvanize other opposition parties to agree with that. It's the position of the ANC caucus. We are discussing it in our ANC caucus. But we welcome you anyway, it's fine.
As we wrap up, Honourable
yes,
Chief
as we wrap up, the ANC therefore calls for careful reprioritization of an improved efficiency and engagement with Provincial Treasury to protect the core constitutional mandate of the legislature. Fiscal discipline must not mean weakening oversight. Cost containment must not mean fewer community engagement. Budget pressure must not be allowed to silence the voice and aspirations of the people. Madam COC, as the African National Congress caucus, we support the speech. We welcome the Speaker's presentation. We are with you, Speaker. We are with you. As much as we don't agree with you when you've brought with the but go back and negotiate. But we agree with you with your budget, with the support of the budget. And we hope that going to the budget adjustment, this matter of the baseline of the legislature in going to the next financial year will be corrected. The African National Congress support the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chief Whip. Let me call Honourable Dr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, you have 10 minutes.
Honourable Dabambi. Your claim is not going to be paid. Mama Tate, No, thank you very much, COC. And let me thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the members of the Portfolio Committee for their honest and robust debate that we always engage on. Honorable Oliphant, when you were in Germany, you told me not to worry. The act will be enacted and the act will make sure that our problems are resolved. I'm still hoping that indeed that will be done. The act, because the Premier have signed it into an act, it's no longer a bill now. And definitely, honorable members, things will change for the best because we will have an act and we will be able to deal with this issue through the law, which we as this House have worked on and is now an act. The issue of the revampment of the chamber, both Honorable Tabampi and Honorable Stale have raised it. Where is Honorable Stale? I have committed that we will definitely work on this chamber, and the matter is at its final stage. If by June there is nothing happening, Secretary and your team, Mabahambi, little hamba. By this year, this chamber should be revamped. Regardless of the little money that we have, we'll definitely ensure that this chamber is being revamped. And sometimes I feel I'm too hard on them, but the problem is I can't come to this chamber and commit and it's not done. It can't be. I know we don't have money. I know it's too little. Honorable Stale will call me, my claim is not being paid for 2 months now. And but we can't continue to come here and commit and we don't make sure that it's happening. I work overtime to ensure that the commitment that I've made, they are being taken care of. So let me put my head on the block. At least the latest, by next month, the advert should have gone out and the process of appointing should be moving. I had to remove one member in the House to go back to those committees to ensure that that thing move. So I'm not sitting on my laurel, Honorable Stale. I'm pushing, and sometimes they hate me, but they hate me to love me because I shout at them and I laugh after that. I know I will get what I want. You are correct, Honorable Tabampi. With regard to oversight, it's not an easy thing, and the chair also raised it. I also raised it myself in my speech. According to the law, before we even go and present a bill or whatever to a community, we firstly have to go through education to that community. And the reason that we are getting the same people, same every day, is precisely because the little funding that we have is unable to carry us. But we can't sit on our laurel and say we've got little money. As a result, we're not going to do what we're supposed to do. But Honorable Premier and Honorable MEC, honestly speaking, reflauta molao. We are being unfair. And if somebody can rise one morning and sue us, we won't be able to pay because indeed we are not doing what we're supposed to do. But there's nothing that we can do because there's no money for us to do that. But with this act, we will definitely make sure. Honorable Stale, our salaries are determined by the commission, what is this name? They came to Speakers Forum last week. I asked them a simple question. Who's representing us in that commission? Because judges are represented by judges in that commission. They said nobody's representing members of parliament. God, that's why you'll say members of parliament are lazy, they don't deserve to be given the salary. I told them it can't happen. And we said the president shouldn't sign until our voices is heard. Maybe the shop steward in me is now back. I said Speaker and Chairperson of NCOP, go and tell the President, as the speakers of this country, we are not happy with this commission, and we also want a rep in that commission so that our voices can be heard. And that is why even today, the President haven't signed. We told the commission to go back, and we said they must come back, all of them, because only 2 came. We said we want the whole board to come and explain to us. You don't go and take decision on our behalf when we are not represented. So it's not determined by the legislature, it's determined at that level, because we raise a number of things that are not going well in that body. The issue of the tissue, I don't think so. I don't buy the story. The legislature have appointed a person responsible for hygiene. MEC Musanigo was always on my case that MEC Speaker, no. When we go to the bathroom, we are not happy. If you go to our bathroom now, they are far different from what you used to see, because there is somebody responsible for hygiene in this legislature. So I don't know, Secretary will have to go and investigate what could have happened that Honorable Stale don't get a tissue. I don't buy that one. I agree that we should empower our staff. And if you could have listened in my speech, I said we are working with our university, our own university, University of the Northwest, to ensure that we empower our researchers. I always challenge them that sometimes I'm not happy because it's not the research that you are bringing before the portfolio committee. You take the report of the department and you interpret the English. No, it's not what you should be doing. As a researcher, you must go deeper and come and tell the portfolio committee, this is what we think it can assist this department to move, because it's our role to assist the department to say, go and do things differently. And according to our research, this is what we have established from our research point of view, and you are able to go and do things differently and better as a department. So I'm also aware, and that's why we are taking it upon ourselves to make sure that we change on how things and how our researchers are performing. And you know, sometimes it's difficult because some of them they were just pushed into research on a number of things. But you can't be a researcher and you don't know how to write a paper. You must write a paper and convince me that you are a researcher. And these are some of the things that are unpalatable. I know I'm going to fight with a number of them, but I said I want papers from all the researchers. You must write me papers, and I'll mark those papers. I qualify. I lecture in universities, so I qualify to mark them. Honorable Martin, thank you very much, Honorable. And you know, my brother, they were saying, Martin cannot say, Abatamaye. And the little Sonakili, Honorable Sonakili, say, Abatamaye, behind you. But you know, people don't understand how frustrating is it to sit in a committee and you don't get the report. You have wasted the resources to go and make sure that you meet with a municipality. And when you arrive there, there's no report. And I'm expecting report back now in the legislature, and there's nothing that you can do. It's so frustrating. And that is why our committee, our everything is live. People are watching us as we speak, so that the community can see and understand. And Honorable Stale, to date, I'm convinced that our community understands the role of the legislature. And I see it by the emails I'm receiving. I see it by the calls that I'm receiving. I see I've just given the COC one of the petitions received from one, because they understand that they can, if they don't get joy, they can petition the legislature. And these are some of the things that gave me comfort. Yes, we're still not there in ensuring that the people that we go for a bill or oversight is the correct audience. This is something that, given a proper budget, will make sure that definitely happens. What do I mean, Comrade Honorable Tsulo, on an impactful oversight? For now, because we don't do education is very critical in this instance. Until we are able to have education to our community, when we go oversight, we know we are going to tick correct boxes. It's a problem. That is why you can go on an oversight and advise on what should happen, and that is not happening. You come back again, the same thing is not done. It's precisely that we don't have what it takes to ensure that we make an impactful oversight. And I'm not saying because I'm not in a committee, I'm relaxing. I'm going out Right now, I'm getting into spaces where people think legislature shouldn't go to ensure that as this legislature, we are also supported. As this legislature, we are able to go and do our work without any fear or favor because we are being empowered. And this is some of the things that I do. I don't sit in the legislature and wait for the legislature sitting and then I sit here. Honorable Khosho, I agree with you. The SOM must be a comeback and make sure that we also go back to it. Maybe, Secretary, we should have a workshop on SOM and allow new members to also have a clear understanding on a SOM. I can't overemphasize on the issue of baseline. All members have raised it. But honorable members, I want to advise.
As you wrap up, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. I'll take the advice outside. Thank you.
Oh, you are done. Thank you very much.
I thought you say my time is up. Oh, okay. Oh, I can quickly raise it. Honorable members, rejecting a budget is not a solution. Reject what is wrong, but don't reject the budget. And come back and make sure that wrongs are being corrected. So I just want to advise that sometimes don't just reject wrongs that you don't agree to, but don't reject the entire budget because it's not going to help you at the end of the day. Thank you very much, SOC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Does the House adopt the report, committee report? Thank you very much, honorable members. The report has been adopted. Honorable members, I'll read the roll call in terms of Rule 245, subsection 1, to determine the quorum. Honorable Babuile.
Ke teng jaaka mehla.
Honorable Bogatsu. Honorable Botswe.
Ke teng COC la o ganne ke bua.
Honorable Dabampe. Honorable Danji.
Ke teng modulasetilo wa baduladitilo.
Honorable Dial.
Present COC.
Honorable Groenewald.
Teenwoordig voorzitter van voorzitters.
Honorable Kuno.
Present, Honorable COC.
Honorable Kodisang. Honorable Lehare.
Present.
Honorable Linkopani.
Present, COC.
Honorable Makakani. Honorable Maine.
Ke gone mme.
Honorable Makokoa. Honorable Mati.
Ke teng.
Honorable Matuani.
Present, COC.
Honorable Meoteng. Honorable Muyema.
Ke teng.
Honorable Mohono.
Order.
Make him honorable.
I think you must read your name into the record.
Honorable,
Because, just correct that. Thank you.
Honorable Tebogo Mudise. Honorable Mohone.
Thank you very much, COC. I'm present.
Honorable Mukosi.
Present, COC.
Honorable Mukua.
Present, COC.
Honorable Mulapisi.
Present, COC.
Honorable Murueng.
Present, COC.
Honorable Musenuhi.
Present, COC.
Honorable Mutumi.
Present, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Oliphant.
Present, CC.
Honorable Khosho.
Ke gone COC.
Honorable Sambata.
Tswetso ke teng.
Honorable Sebekwe.
Present, COC.
Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Sonti. Honorable Steenkamp.
Present, COC.
Honorable Stale.
Ke teng, COC.
Honorable Klapi.
COC ka moa bana ba bantle ba sekolo ba pereng blue and white ba mme Viola Motsumi ke teng. Ke a le rata bana.
Honorable Sulo.
Teenwoordig.
Honorable Fanny Haston. Honorable Holwan.
Teenwoordig voorsitter van voorsitters.
Honorable Williams. Honorable members, I have satisfied myself that the majority of members are present in the House
COC,
to adopt the budget.
ngwana o teng COC.
Okay, thanks.
Honorable Justice Dabantu o teng.
Ke a leboga, ke a leboga. Honorable members, we will now, we will now adopt the budget program by program. I will start with program number 1, which is administration. Administration in nearly 288,695,000. Does the House adopt the program number 1? Program 2, statutory payment is 52,424,000 rand. Does the House adopt the budget for program 2? Program 3, legislature operations, is 208 million
Yes.
471,000. Does the House adopt a budget for program 3? Thank you very much, honorable members. The Northwest Provincial Budget Vote 2 for 2026-2027 for total of 549,590,000 is now adopted. Thank you very much, honorable member. Now I will call the chairperson of Premier Finance, Honorable Oliphant, to present the committee report on the Northwest Appropriation Bill 2026 and move for the adoption. Honorable Oliphant.
At least I know that none of you would ever qualify to be medical practitioners, Mara. Ka gore le itse medunsa by the floor leading akanya.
Honorable Oliphant.
Honorable COC. Ke shebile batho ba ba itirileng dingakanyana tsa rona. The Honorable COC, the committee's deliberations in respect of the appropriation. In respect of the appropriation bill B02 of 2026, we conducted our public participation in all the respective districts, and I will just go to the recommendations, COC, because I'm standing in between the happiness of members and otherwise. The committee recommends as follows: 1, that respective departments must include provisions for youth development, people with disability, women in departmental budgets. We've spoken to this before. We've also spoken about the establishment of youth desks, which appear still not to have been forthcoming. That the Provincial Treasury must ensure that infrastructure throughout the province is adequately maintained. That the PPFA Act requires, even though it's contested, that the Provincial Treasury should implement Treasury regulations stating that such premiums must be kept at 4% per year and must be reflected in each budget vote under the transfers and subsidies. Speaker, the committee recommends that the Northwest Appropriation Bill 02 of 2026 be adopted. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Oliphant. Does the House adopt the committee report on Northwest Appropriation Bill 2026? Thank you very much, honorable members. The committee report now adopted. Honorable members, I evoke Rule 252, subsection 3 to allow the House to consider both the principle and detail of the bill for the bill to be read for the second time. Does the House concur? Yes. Thank you. Secretary, may you read the bill for the second time?
This bill shall be called the Northwest Appropriation Bill B02-2026.
Thank you, Secretary. I will now read the roll call in terms of Rule 2451 to determine the quorum. Honorable Babuile.
Kamehla, Speaker.
Honorable Bukhatsu. Honorable Butwe.
Ke teng, Speaker.
Honorable Dabampe. Honorable Danji.
Dikhona somlo amamfene ajabulile.
Thank you. Honorable Dyer.
Nam de corner somlo.
Honorable Groenewald.
Is hier, Speaker.
Honorable Kuno.
Good day, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kodisang. Honorable Lehari.
I am present, Speaker.
Honorable Lenkopani.
I'm present, Speaker.
Honorable Mahakani. Honorable Maine.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Makhokoa. Honorable Mate. Honorable Matuani.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Mudise. Honorable Moema.
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Mohono is here. Honorable Mokosi.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Mukua.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Malapisi.
Mkhona kule ndawo, Speaker.
Honorable Morweng.
Good day, Speaker. For the first time, Botswe afeta session. Congratulations, Botswe.
Honorable Musanuki.
Ke teng le nna ke congratulate Honorable Moema, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mutsumi.
Present, Honorable Speaker. Ska fada ba mpe opportunity nngwe gape re fetile.
Honorable Oliphant.
Present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Khosho.
Ke teng, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sambata.
Ke teng Mosakgotla.
Honorable Sebekwe.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sonakile. Honorable Sonti. Honorable Steenkamp.
I'm present, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Stale.
Teenwoordig, Mosakgotla.
Honorable Tlapi.
Mosakgotla ke teng mo ntlong ya gago.
Honorable Tsulo.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Van Heestien. Honorable Walwon.
Teenwoordig, achtbare Speaker.
Honorable Williams. Honorable Mudise.
Honorable Speaker, I'm present, ma'am.
Honorable Dabampi.
Ke teng.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I have certified myself that the majority of members are present in the House to consider the bill in accordance with Rule 245, subsection 1 of the standing rules of the House. We will now adopt the bill clause by clause. Clause 1. We are adopting the clause of the bill.
Oh, yes.
So I'll
yes,
call
yes.
them one. Yes.
Yes.
A yes, have it. Clause 2.
Yes.
Yes, have it. Clause 3.
Yes.
Yes, have it. Clause 4.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, have it. Clause 5.
Yes.
Yes, have it. Clause 6.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, have it. Clause 7.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, have it. Clause 8?
Yes.
Yes, have it. Clause 9?
Yes.
Yes, have it. Honorable members, I will now call on the MEC for Finance to give a third reading speech if she deems it fit or necessary and move for the adoption of the bill. Honorable Mosenugi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just wish to take this opportunity to thank the Portfolio Committee for exercising due diligence and ensuring that the public also have sight of the appropriation bill and make their contribution throughout their public participation process. And also thanks all members of the Executive Council for presenting what is it that they are going to be doing and the commitments that they are putting forth to the public or to the communities of the province on what they will be doing with what has been allocated. And thank you to the Honorable House. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MEC. Secretary, may you read the bill for the third time?
The bill shall be called the Northwest Appropriation. The bill shall be called the Northwest Appropriation Act Number 4 of 2026.
Thank you, Secretariat. The Northwest Appropriation Act Number 4 of 2006 will be sent to the Premier for assent. Honorable members, I have been informed by the Chief Whip of the House that the party whips have agreed that the chairperson of the ad hoc committee, Honorable Oliphant, will table a motion without notice in terms of Rule 106 relating to the extension of the lifespan of the ad hoc committee. Honorable Oliphant.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, I move without notice in terms of Rule 106 of the Standing Rules of the Legislature that the House notes that, noting that the House is resolved to extend the due date of the submission of the ad hoc committee report with findings and recommendations to the House to be on the 30th of June 2026, noting further that the ad hoc committee has considered its preliminary report and in accordance with its terms of reference submitted the report to implicated parties for comments. Noting further that the implicated parties through their legal representatives have requested an extension of time for the submission of their inputs. Noting further that the ad hoc committee has an obligation to ensure a fair and reasonable process for all parties involved and has accordingly granted the requested extension of time for the submission of comments by the implicated parties, which has impacted the committee's ability to conclude its work within the required timeframes. I therefore move that this House resolve as follows, that the life of the ad hoc committee and the timeframes of which the ad hoc committee must submit the report be further extended to the 31st of August 2026. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Oliphant. Does the House adopt this motion? Does the House adopt this motion? Thank you very much, honorable members. This brings us to the end of today's business. This sitting is adjourned until further notice. Thank you.